Ladies and gentlemen, so now it's time to opening ceremony for our webinar because our program chair has come already. All right. Today is our honor for our ELT program to have the invited speaker from Burapha University for this online webinar on World English's practical implication for ELT research. Now, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Akharapon Hom to give a speech for welcoming our speaker, please.
Thank you, Ms. MC, Janne Rosomon, the Director of International Office at BRU. And very good morning, sir. Our invited speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai from Burapha University, and my dear PhD students, both batch 1 and batch 2. I think there would be a PhD candidate from batch 3 also joining in this webinar. Thank you very much for your interest. Besides that, the English lecturers from Business English program and English program under my faculty also invited to take part in this very interesting webinar. I really appreciate our invited speaker for his invaluable time. Wherever we send him invitation letters, he is very kind to accept our invitation. I talked to Ajahn Dr. Denchai in person that this is his second time for his special lectures to PhD students at BRU. So this time he's coming to check the homework made by the first batch of PhD student. And so he's going to give a new assignment, a new homework to the second batch. Ajahn Denchai, very expert in world Englishes or global Englishes. What we want, I and Ajahn Denchai, to see the progress of your academic world. That is, some of you here, maybe from batch 1 or batch 2, will be planning to conduct a research, a thesis relevant to world Englishes or global Englishes. So that's what the speed title of Ajahn Dr. Denchai today is relevant to ELT research and also world Englishes. That is world Englishes practical implication ELT research. So that's why we would like to focus on how to make the world Englishes applicable appropriately to conduct research relevant to ELT. So I highly hope that some of you from batch 1 or batch 2, batch 1, I think you already got your research title, but you can change your mind. You can change your mind after listening to Ajahn Dr. Denchai. But for the second batch, I think you have plenty of time to make a final decision what research title you are interested in particular. All right. Ajahn Tak, are you planning to conduct a research relevant to ELT? Ajahn Tak. Okay. So I think Ajahn Assistant Professor there, okay, maybe share you with some information about world Englishes or ELT in Philippines, because he just got back from Philippines. He attended very intensive workshop, AQN, AQ something, yeah. What is that company about the educational evaluation?
AUNQA.
Yeah,
AUNQA.
Yeah, because now I realized that Burapha University, particularly his program, okay, already accept this educational system, evaluation system that actually from it is internationalized educational measurement. So I think he's going to share with you somewhat about how our ELT in Thailand and in Philippine context, like that. All right, Ajahn Bamlung, thank you so much from English Department and lecturer for joining in this webinar. Ajahn Dr. Denchai, he will be with us from now until I think maybe 4 p.m. So you have plenty of time to ask him any question relevant to global Englishes or Englishes. I'm very certain that he can answer all questions raised by you. So on behalf of the president, I just talked to her last night that we are going to have invited speaker from Burapha since she is very busy with other schedules. So she assigned me to give our invited speaker on her behalf. So on behalf of BIU, Buriram Rajabhat University, and also the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, I am as a dean. And also the PhD program in ELT, I am the chairman of this program. I would like to thank you very so much, our participants from different institutes, my PhD students, for your energetic participation in this session. And of course, I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a big round of applause to express our sincere thanks to our invited speakers, Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai. Thank you so much, sir. So at this auspicious moment, please allow me to to declare the webinar officially open. Thank you so much. I'll be with you sometime. I will turn off my camera. I will be with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Akrapun Niamaihom, Ph.D. Program Chair in ELT and Faculty Dean of HUSOC. Please allow me to have a photo together before we start the first session with Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai. Please. Asanto, please help me to capture
Yes, of course.
photo. Thank you so much.
Ajahn Bamlung, can you turn on your camera, please? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ajahn Yudhajak, I think you are on the way. You are at your office.
All right. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. One more, please. 1, 2, 3.
Thumbs up. Ajahn Denchai is the best.
Thumbs up.
English for Englishes. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ka. So right now is a great time to have our guest speaker for today. So let me introduce our guest speaker a little bit short, right? Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai Prabjandee, he's got doctoral degree from University of Northern Colorado in educational studies or bilingual multicultural and ESL education. For his expertise were teacher professional development, approaches and methods in ELT, and also issues in second language teacher education as well, and qualitative research. So this is a brief short out for our guest speaker for today. So it's time for the first session that have the lecture on webinar about English's practical implication for ELT research. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai Prabjandee.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so thank you for a very warm welcome from the Dean and also all Ajahns and also students, right? This is my second year with Buriram Rajabhat University. And so the topic that I'm going to talk about today is about world Englishes, practical implications for ELT research. I have already sent the PowerPoint this morning. Okay. Right. Okay. So since we have some of the first batch, right? First batch here, maybe they can join me in sharing, and also maybe they can teach some parts. Okay. All right, so as you know, my name is Denchai Prabjandee, and currently I'm teaching at Faculty of Education at Burapha University. And the program that I'm teaching is called Teaching English as a Global Language, which specifically focuses on, helping teachers to understand, global Englishes is beyond, world Englishes. But I'm going to touch a little bit about, world Englishes today. We will have a break, okay, at 10:30. So questions are welcome along the way, so you don't need to worry about that. And hopefully at the end of this webinar, you will be able to, have an inspiration to join me in researching world Englishes and global Englishes, okay? So every time that I, was invited to talk to students about world Englishes, many of them think that, oh, it's a very good concept, very new concept, but they don't want to do it now. But hopefully it doesn't happen to you, okay? Hopefully after you see this, you will engage or you will join me in researching, world Englishes and global Englishes. All right. So the scope today, I will be talking about four important concepts. World Englishes, English as a lingua franca, English as an international language, and global Englishes. And I will be talking about practical applications for ELT research. Throughout this webinar, I will give many examples of research so that you can have a better idea. If you want to do research in this area, what can you do? Okay, so these are related concepts, even though our topic is about world Englishes, okay? But these are quite, related. Now, can anyone, help me defining one of these terms based on your understanding at the moment? You can pick one term that, that you think you can describe or you want to describe based on your understanding at the moment. Pick one and give me some definition. Okay.
All right, yes, Professor, please allow me to give you some idea. From my perspective, I'm going to choose the first one, world Englishes. Based on my understanding, English is used around the world. That from this factor that make there are varieties of English. It depends on the region or the people in that part that use English. So in different way, like how to use word, how to use how to act, how to pronounce, like that make we have varieties of English. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next, please. Any other terms that you can define?
Yes, Professor, please allow me to share something about this concept. From my point of view, I think that English we use as like a lingua franca because we are from all over the world. That we are from, according to Kashu Circle, we are from expanding circle that we use English to communicate each other with other cultural different background. So we have to use to choose English to communicate each other. So why that we have to be there in the world Englishes. So, Professor, I'm not sure that I'm right or wrong.
We'll see. Okay, so don't worry about that. Next, please. There are two more.
Yeah, Professor, I want to say something about the English as an international language. And
okay.
Yeah, And as we know that I'm Chinese and I'm expanding circle, not the native speaker, and English is also not official language in China. But now I'm studying for my PhD in Thai. And when I communicate with my Thai friends and my teachers, I just use English. We use English to communicate with each other. Yeah, not our native language, not in Chinese, not in Thai, but in English. And so we can see that now English is an international language. We can communicate with each other by using English. Okay, that's my understanding about the international language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, last term, please. Global Englishes. The first batch, would you like to try? Okay, so thank you for sharing. Okay, can you see that these terms, if you look at the surface level, they are quite similar, right? They're quite similar in terms of, you know, the paradigm. In fact, these terms are different in terms of definition and scope. Okay, let's start with the first term, World Englishes. Okay, World Englishes is a research paradigm that explore or codify like English varieties. You know, as one of our, as you mentioned, right? This field of study codified English varieties in terms of linguistic features. For example, it could be pronunciation, it could be lexical, it could be grammar, it could be pragmatics, you know, but focus on the study of linguistic feature itself, okay? World Englishes normally codify English in the outer circle, like Hong Kong English, right? Philippines English, Malaysian English, South African English. These are the study of English use in the outer circle, okay? When we talk about World Englishes, we rarely mention English in the expanding circle because English in the expanding circle is still, you know, debatable whether it is a variety, it is a unique variety of English. Like for example, Thai English, people still debate whether Thai English still exists. For example, when people end, you know, the sentence using English with like krap or ka, is it like the norm for Thai people, or is it the ideology that reflect, you know, English users? So in summary, World Englishes codify linguistic features of English in the outer circles. Okay, it's focused on the linguistic features. Okay. Now, English as a lingua franca, okay, English as a lingua franca examines communication between non-native speakers, okay, as you mentioned. It refers to the use of English as a medium of, you know, as a lingua franca between non-native and non-native speakers, like between Chinese and Thai, and we use English to communicate. We call English as a lingua franca. The focus is on communication, not linguistic features, okay? And mostly English as a lingua franca emphasize on English use in the expanding circle, okay? English use in the expanding circle. When people research English as a lingua franca, they research how different non-native speakers, you know, engage in negotiation of meaning, or are there any features of ELF, you know, that make communication intelligible? Okay, it focuses on communication. Okay. Now, English as an international language focuses on context, use. Okay, context of use. For example, English in tourism, English in politics, okay? It focused on the context. Originally, it focused on the context of international use of the language. But later on, EIL, draw implications for language teaching, okay? Draw implication for language teaching. For example, Aya Masuda, right? Sandra McKay, they since English as an international language, they draw implications into classrooms. Okay, that's what we call EIL, but it focuses on context of international use of the language. Okay. Now the new term is called global Englishes. Okay, global Englishes. Global Englishes is an umbrella term, okay, that consolidates all of these related terms, okay. They consolidate all of these ideas, okay, or implications for language teaching, okay. So it is an umbrella term that draw implications from these related ideas, okay. Even though these terms are different in terms of their focuses, right? Like World Englishes focus on linguistic features, ELF focus on communication, EIL focuses on international use, and Global Englishes is like an umbrella term, right? Even though there are differences in terms of their focuses, but they share similar ideology, okay? Ideology means belief, a shared belief by a group of people. They share a very important ideology, which is they challenge the taken for granted assumption about English and how it should be taught. Okay. These concepts inform, practitioners or challenge practitioners to rethink their perceptions or ideologies about English and also how it should be taught in the classrooms. Okay. Now let's zoom into a little bit more details of global Englishes because it is a most recent, concepts. What is global Englishes? Okay. These are very influential authors of early global Englishes paradigm, okay? Like Jennifer Jenkins, Penny Cook, and also Kanagaraja. These three authors, form the field of global Englishes. Early study of global Englishes described or defined global Englishes as a linguistic phenomenon. Okay, if you could write it down. In early studies, when people talk about global Englishes, it refers to a linguistic phenomenon, of the global spread of English, right? Of the global spread of English. For example, in the book by Jennifer Jenkins, right, named Global Englishes. This book previously it was named as World Englishes, but Jennifer Jenkins changed from World Englishes to Global Englishes because she wanted to acknowledge the unprecedented spread of global English, on a global scale. So in her books, she described how English spread to global territories in terms of immigration, right? Diaspora or immigrations. So it's about linguistic phenomenon, okay? For Penny Cook, right, he talked about global Englishes as a result of transcultural flows, okay? Transcultural flows mean when people immigrate to different countries, right? And it blends, blends with their unique culture. So global Englishes is a result of that. It's a result of transcultural flows, okay? More recently, Surya Kanagaraja, he defined like global Englishes in his book, right? As a result of cosmopolitan. It's more like globalization, media, cosmopolitan, where people, use English translingually, Okay, that's why he termed his book Translingual Practice. Okay, what common from these books is that the idea of global Englishes was described only a linguistic phenomenon of global spread of English, but it doesn't talk about language teaching. Okay, it doesn't talk about language teaching in particular. It's about the global spread of English, global spread to that country. It talks about the function, the status, okay, of those in those countries. But the two authors these are the two authors that draw implications for language teaching, okay, which is Nicola Galloway and Heath Rose. Nicola and Heath are the two authors who advocate, okay, the preparation of learners for the real use of English, okay. In his first book, right, Introducing Global Englishes, the argument in his book is that now teachers need to rethink how they are teaching English, right? Because mostly when they are teaching English now, their focus on only native norms, right? Okay, it focuses on native norms, preparing students to have perfect pronunciation, prepare students to have perfect grammar, okay? English classroom prepare learners differently from the English used outside of the classrooms. So what they are trying to argue for is that we need to align between English teaching in the classrooms and also English use outside of the classrooms. We need to prepare learners to use English outside of the classrooms. Okay, this is the first book, right? Unfortunately, the first book is very theoretical, right? This is the concept of introducing global English. It's very theoretical. There's no practical applications on it. She proposes some kind of principles there, but still it's very theoretical. And the first book was written in 2015. Later on, 4 years later, they created, global Englishes for language teaching, or some people call GELT, or Nicola often used the word GELT, right? GELT, GELT, or you can call global Englishes language teaching or GELT. This book, okay, dig deeper into the concepts of GELT. And if you're interested if you want to do research, these two books are the thing that you must have, okay? You must have these two books for your references, okay? And for global Englishes for language teaching, the book describes the principles of how to do it or issues that you can do it, okay? Now, in summary, after, seeing the differences from world Englishes and even the definition of world English, global Englishes now, we can see that global Englishes acknowledge that English is adaptable, right? English is adaptable, English is fluid, and English is changing, okay? Its codes get appropriated and adapted in varied contexts of use. Please highlight the word use here. This is the idea that draw implications from world Englishes research, right? We know that English is not the English language anymore. It is Englishes. The second one is global Englishes highlights the pluricentricity of English, okay? If you can circle the word pluricentricity, it means that English has multiple norms, okay? English has multiple norms. Now, this idea, draw implications from English as a lingua franca research. Now, when we talk about norms, we don't refer to like prescriptive grammar. It doesn't mean prescriptive grammar. It doesn't mean like rules of grammar. It doesn't mean that, okay? Norms here mean norm happens at the moment that we use English, okay? For example, when we use English as a lingua franca, right? Thai speaker use English as a lingua franca with a Cambodian speaker. when we, in that context, we have one norm. We have one norm, right? Because we are engaging in meaning making, right? This norm will be different when we use English with a Chinese speaker, okay? If we use English with a Vietnamese speaker, that is also another norm, because norm happen at the moment. So intelligibility becomes the focus in that communication context, right? Okay, norm is not about rule based. Norm is occur when people communicate with each other. And the last idea, global Englishes focus on the ownership of English. This concept is very important. Ownership, right, of English. Previously, when people talk about ownership, we often think of language belong to native speakers, right? If you use English, language belong to that. But the ownership of English should not, rely on the natives and non-native status, but should rely on English users individually, okay? The concept of ownership of English refers to what I personally call as my English. Like, this is my English, and I'm proud of my English, okay? For example, Singaporean speakers now, are you aware that many Singaporean speakers, they say that they are native speakers of English, okay? They're native speakers of English because they grew up using English in their families. They don't speak any other languages at home, but the way that they use English reflect Singaporean identity and culture, right? The pronunciation, the vocabulary, the pragmatics, the semantics, right? Meanings. These are their ownership of English, right? For Thai speakers too, like, this is my English. This is the way that I use English. Sometimes I imitate to be like native like speaker. Sometimes I have like Thai accent there. Okay, that's the ownership of English. Okay, this concept, have implications from the English as an international language. Okay, so these three theoretical concepts inform how we should teach English. Okay, how we should teach English. Again, global Englishes, doesn't apply to academic writing. Okay, global Englishes doesn't apply to tutoring for test or assessment, right? It's not about that. Global Englishes doesn't mean everything, that we are doing, but global Englishes focuses on preparing learners to use English with English users who are linguistically and culturally diverse. So global Englishes focuses on communication, right? Global Englishes focuses on awareness of English varieties. Global Englishes focus on respect, from respect for other English users, varieties. And global Englishes encourage learners to claim ownership of English, to be confident about their own English, okay? Can you see that these are only ideas of global Englishes? To make it practical, we need to do research, right? We need to do research for that, okay? And now you can see that there are a lot of researchers publishing research in this field, right? And also ELT journal, Asian Englishes, World Englishes. These are, publications for that. Okay. Any questions at the moment about what global Englishes is and the differences between those terms? Any questions? No? Okay. Either it's very clear or okay,
Right now,
I assume it's
May I ask some question, please?
yes, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, actually, I like a little bit confused about the world Englishes and global Englishes. Can you like give some some more example or explanations about the difference between.
Okay.
Yes.
World Englishes focus on identifying linguistic features of English varieties in the outer circle. Like if you do research on World Englishes, you will try to codify or identify the linguistic features of English in the outer circle. Like Singaporean English, what are their pronunciations? It focuses on the linguistic, right? For global Englishes, this is an ELT paradigm, a language teaching paradigm that encourage practitioners to prepare learners to use English, with English users who are linguistically and culturally diverse. So one focus on World English is focused on linguistic features. Global English is an ELT paradigm. It's a language teaching paradigm. Paradigm means belief, a shared belief by a group of people. There are people who believe that we should change the way that we teach English. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, is it clearer now? Okay,
Yes.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir, Professor, it's clear.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, now you need to imagine, right? World English study linguistic features. Global English is an ELT paradigm. Okay, it's still very theoretical in the concepts. Now, why global English? Global English researchers will say that, there is an increasing number of non-native speakers of English. Okay. And the target interlocutors for our students are unpredictable, right? So when we teach English now, we teach for communication, right? But communication with whom? Imagine, okay, English users in the past, right? In the past, when you learn English, you have to wait for native speakers, right? To use English with you. You have to wait for Farang, okay, to use English with you. During my time, for example, the only time that I have to use English is with my foreign, professors who are from America or who are from, the UK, for example. I have to wait for those people to come and talk to me. But now the number of English users are unpredictable. If you walk outside, right, you might use English with Korean speakers. You may use English with Chinese speakers, like use English. You might use English with Cambodian speakers. It's very unpredictable, right? And, David Grado, estimated that you have only 4% chances to use English with native speakers. Okay. Right now, everyone in the world, you only have 4% chances to use English with native speakers, which means that 96%, right? 96%, you will use English with, non-native speakers. Okay. What are the differences between the use of English with native speakers and non-native speakers? So first of all, if we use English with native speakers, we are trying to make ourselves understood, right? We have to have perfect pronunciation. We have to really pronounce every sound so that they could understand us, right? So in that case, but if we use English with non-native speakers, sometimes having perfect proficiency doesn't help. Sometimes you have to modify your English use. You modify your sentence complex. You modify the vocabulary, right? So negotiation of meaning, like how can we understand each other, is more important than following native norms. You see that? So these mean that, okay, it's not enough, right? It's not enough if we only communicate, if we only following the norms of native speakers. We have to be diverse. We have to be able to communicate with diverse English users. Okay, that's what the reason why we need global English in ELT. And the second reason is that student needs are changing, right? Student needs are changing. They need to communicate with linguistically and culturally diverse English users. And the argument is very clear. It is inadequate to prepare them, okay, using native English norms only. It's very inadequate, okay? What I'm trying to say doesn't mean that we should stop teaching native norm. I'm not saying that, okay? I'm not saying that we should stop teaching native norms. No, I'm not saying that. You can start teaching native norms, but it has to plus many things. It has to plus like intercultural communication. It has to plus awareness of English varieties. You need to encourage learners to be proud of their English, right? It's more than teaching one norms and preparing learners to adhere to that norm, okay? Why not global Englishes then, okay? Why not global Englishes? We know that global Englishes is important, right? We know that it is good. It sounds very good, right? But why not, global Englishes? Nicola Galloway and his roles discuss barriers to ELT change. Okay. Now, if you think about that, global Englishes challenge teachers, right? Challenge teachers to rethink their perceptions, their attitudes, and even their belief about English and how English should be taught, right? It challenged you to do that. Now, if teachers now started to believe, oh, Ajahn, it's good, right? But there are barriers to change, right? There are barriers to change. For example, the first barrier is a lack of materials, okay? We know that global English is good, or world English is good, but the materials that we have now, okay, rely mainly on native speakers, okay, British English or American English, okay, for example. Even language assessment, right? Language assessment that use native norm as a benchmark to measure competence, like TOEFL, IELTS, okay? These are things that, it's one of the barriers. The next barrier is teacher education. We rarely prepare teachers to understand global Englishes or world Englishes, okay? We rarely prepare teachers to understand that. And the next one is attachment to standard English, especially by learners, teachers, and also stakeholders, even the public. People want their children to learn only in the standard English, right? And the last barrier is called teacher recruitment practices, okay? Teacher recruitment practices, where schools, favor native speakers over non-native speakers. Okay, these are barriers that we need change, right? We need change. Now, if you want to do research, as Ajahn Akarapon, the dean, right, mentioned, you can situate yourself in this one of the barriers. For example, we know that it's a lack of materials. That's one problem, right? For your PhD thesis, you can develop the materials for global Englishes, or you can develop a course for global Englishes, okay? This material is, this area is, you can research until you die and we still don't have enough materials. There are a lot of research doing that, okay? Or if you enjoy language assessment, you can start developing language assessment that incorporate, world Englishes in there and test out whether what students think about it, whether it affects student performance or not, okay? Or you can prepare teachers, like teacher education, right? You can prepare teachers to understand global Englishes. You can develop professional development programs and, explore teacher change or change their belief or change their practices. Or you can explore teachers' attitudes or learner attitudes or ideology towards standard English, okay? Or you can explore recruitment practices at the school level. These are one of the areas, all the areas that you can engage your research in, okay? hopefully you have a clearer picture now. If you want to start, what can I start, right? Start with barriers. Okay, that's the first step, right? For me, my expertise on teacher education. So I research teacher professional development, right? So I prepare teachers to understand global English language teaching. And I'm going to share with you some of the research that I did today. Okay. Like coming and talk to you today is part of my mission. Okay. This give me, it wakes me up every morning and go to work because I have a passion to disseminate the concepts of world Englishes and global Englishes to teachers, because I strongly believe that teachers need to understand this. Okay. Teachers need to understand this and become aware of its existence. Okay. Now, let's talk about global English research then. So let's look based on the barriers, right? Based on the barriers, there are some research lines that explore explore global English related concepts. Okay, explore global English related concepts. The first research line is called language attitudes and ideology. Okay, people explore attitudes and ideology and also perception toward their own English, global Englishes, or even Asian Englishes or world Englishes in particular. Okay. The second research line is textbook and also policy analysis. They use global Englishes as a conceptual framework or analytical framework and analyze textbook, whether the textbook contain these features or not, or they analyze policy, right? Analysis. The next line of research is intelligibility and also comprehensibility. The next line of research is teacher education. And the last one is classroom implementation. And I highlighted, classroom implementation in blue because I want to call, action from you. I want to call action from you that we should do more, classroom implementation. Okay. So let's start with each area that you can engage yourself in. The first one is language attitude and ideology research. Okay. This line of research, there are a lot of researchers researching language attitude and ideology research. Okay, for example, this one, right? This one occur in South Korea context. So the researcher investigated awareness and attitudes, toward Asian Englishes by exploring teachers' awareness and attitudes, right? So basically you can survey, right? You can survey teachers, or you can design what we call verbal disguise protocol, verbal disguise test. And I'm going to talk about it later on, okay? Another one is one of the famous scholar in Thailand context is Ajahn Yusuf Bunsuk, right? From Prince of Songkhla University. He did a lot of research on language attitudes toward, global Englishes, but this study focused on attitudes, international students' attitudes toward their own and native English accent, right? So you can use interview, right? This study used interview and also, survey to research that, okay? Another one is, explore perceptions toward Thai English, okay? By using of university English language teachers, right? Another one is, exploring indexical field of Thai English by exploring university student perceptions, okay? Based on this research line of research, we can see that there are three groups, okay? There are three groups that researchers explore language attitude. The first one is students, okay? The second one is teachers. And the third one is stakeholders' attitudes. So three groups of stakeholders. For students, okay, a lot of research has been done on undergraduate students, but very few has been done for secondary school student and also primary school student. Okay, if you're interested in exploring language attitudes, you can start engaging on that. There are a lot of research exploring teacher attitudes, but not in Thai context. Okay, there are some in Thai context, but not a lot. Okay. And the last one, there are limited research on exploring language attitude of stakeholders, such as parents or school directors, or also policy makers' attitudes, okay, on that topic, okay? My question to you is, why do we need to explore language attitudes? How does it relate to language teaching? In your opinion, how does it relate to language teaching?
Excuse me, Professor. Let's me trying to share some idea about the language attitude, ideology research.
Yes.
Actually, as we are English teachers, so we try to motivate learners to speak English in classroom. No matter they have majors from, for example, from English major or other major, physical, because actually even the from English major, they not like how to say they are not have more confident to speak in classroom. So that's why we have to motivate them to speak as much as well. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
So if we understand their attitudes, we can motivate them, right? Later on, okay? The information that we get from language attitudes can be used to motivate students to learn English. Okay. What else?
And
What else?
if we like investigate the attitude, I think the result may help the teachers to design the lesson to teach the student. Yes. And also
Exactly.
yeah, and also like the teacher may design the material, yes, to serve the student, and they may want to use to motivate the student, yes, or encourage the student. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Anything else?
Yeah, I think maybe for my students, and most of my students are not interested in learning English. And so as English teacher, we just try our best to motivate, to make some realize importance of learning English. But maybe it's we have a long way to do it. It's very difficult.
Okay. All right. So the reason that I'm asking you, that I asked you about how does it related to ELT is that, you know, language attitude seems to be, far away from, language teaching itself, but it is very related. It is the starting point. Okay. Remember the concepts of global Englishes, right? Global Englishes is very new, right? We need to have awareness of English varieties. We need to respect differences. We need to claim ownership of English, right? Language attitude research or ideology research aim to gather fundamental information so that teachers can design lessons, okay, that support student needs, okay? For example, if we found out that students have negative attitudes toward their own accent, right, or their own English varieties, it has to be urgent that, okay, we need to design activities to help them feel better about their English use. Okay, it provides your like a fundamental information for that. Okay, When people do language attitude research, there are two approaches. The first one is what we call indirect approach, okay? Indirect approach, which means that the researcher will use verbal disguise test, okay? Verbal disguise test. To design verbal disguise test, the researchers will produce like listening materials. They either select listening materials from the inner circle, listening materials from the outer circle, and listening materials from the expanding circle. And they blind the listening materials. Now, to collect the data, right, they will play the first listening materials and then ask the respondent to judge whether what they hear is educated, what they hear is confident, what they hear is intelligible or not. So it's about judgment by listening to, you know, the materials we call verbal disguise test. Okay. So this reflects attitudes, right? But it measures attitudes indirectly, like, you know, because it's about indirect measurement. Okay. The second approach is called direct measurement. Direct measurement is when you design a survey or when you design interviews and ask the participants or and ask the respondent about what they think of English varieties. For example, in the survey, you might have, what do you think about Singaporean English? Like, I like Singaporean English, and then it's statement, agree, disagree, and so on. This is asking directly and give the responses, okay? We call direct measurement and indirect measurement, okay? There are some studies that combined, like between direct and indirect measurement, okay? A majority of research, you know, use indirect measurement like verbal disguise test, but limited research, you know, has been used direct measurement like survey, interview, you know, to explore language attitudes and ideologies. Okay. All right. So this is the first slide of research. There are more, right? And I want to acknowledge, you know, Ajahn Yusuk Bunsuk. Okay, he is, you know, the expert in language attitude test. He did a lot of research and published a lot in language attitude test. Okay, and there are also some Thai authors as well who did research. Ajahn Panya Lek Vilai from Me Fa Luang, okay, University. And also Ajahn Andrew Jakun, he is teaching at Assumption University. I'm not sure he's still at Assumption or not, but he published on, you know, perception of Thai English. Okay. Right, that's the first line of research. If you want to do research on that, that would be useful. The second one is, the second line of research is called textbook or policy analysis. Okay. Textbook or policy analysis. Normally, when people started analyzing the textbook, right? Previously, they use other analytical frameworks such as cultural representation, right? Whether how are the culture depicted. But we can use Global English's framework to analyze the textbook, whether the textbook that we have or that we use, you know, contain Global English's features or not. This is one of the pioneer research in textbook analysis, okay? Conducted by Mona and Heath. They evaluate, you know, the global orientation of English textbooks in Germany by using, you know, Global English's framework. So the Global English's framework, you know, that they use, you know, are presented there. Their key questions are as follows. So they ask whether who are positioned as the owners of English, okay? Who are positioned as the owners of English. They check the spelling in the textbook, right? They check the proportion of English in the textbook, okay? and who are the target interlocutors in the materials. So they analyze the activities in the textbook, right? Like, for example, the activities, ask the student to communicate with whom, right? Maybe ask the communicant to communicate with Jane, for example, with someone, with some names that reflect Western names. So we can see that the target interlocutors are positioned as, only native speakers, for example. What models and norms of English use are used in the books and also the audio materials? How are the culture depicted in the materials? Okay, how are the culture depicted in the materials? What are content of culture? Do we still talk about Christmas only? Or we talk about culture from Egypt, or culture from China, or culture from South Korea, or any culture, any other cultures, cultural content in the textbook or not? Okay. And how are the concepts related to global use of English, for example, ELF presented? Okay, based on this research, it's not surprising, right? It's not surprising that the textbook in Germany are based on British English, like British norm and native speakers. Not surprising, right? It's not surprising. What about other contexts? Right? So this one is analysis of business, English course books from an ELF perspective. Okay. This one is textbook from secondary school level, right? Secondary school level. And they use global English as a framework. And this one use ELF, right? English as a lingua franca perspective to analyze business English course books. Okay. Why do you think we should use ELF perspective to analyze the textbook why not global English just like this one? What's your thought on that? What does ELF focus on? ELF, English as a lingua franca. What does it focus on?
It's focused on the
Communication.
communication.
Right? Yeah. So business English course books, the goal of the textbook, right? The course book should be for communication in the business sector, right? That's why they use ELF perspective to analyze the textbook. Okay. All right. Next one, they also use ELF and communication strategies. Okay, communication strategy. This one is the communication strategy in Italy. Okay, this one is in South Korea, right? But focus on primary school children, textbook, and it analyzes image, in textbook, right? Okay. And this one is my favorite of all time. Okay, I highly recommend you to read this book. This article. It published by Ajahn Anthony Bowen, okay, from Thammasat University. This one, when people analyze textbook, right? You need to have analytical framework. You need to have an analytical framework that is very clear. Either global Englishes, either ELF, or either communication strategies, right, that you use. Excuse me. But this book, okay, use the concept of race in the textbook. But it doesn't use only, excuse me. Like previous research, right? When they analyze the textbook, they only have clear analytical framework, and they go through pages, every page in the textbook, and then they summarize the findings. Sometimes they also count the frequencies, of the analysis, right? But this article, okay, talk about the size of the image too, the position of the image, Okay, it's not just only the frequencies of race occur in the textbook, but when we look at the size, whether the textbook decided to include like larger size for native speakers, you know, from race, right, and also smaller size and the position of the image, right? So these are very novel in my opinion. So if you are interested, I can send you this one, but it is a very good research, okay? Very clear and very concise, very well written. I really appreciate that, okay? Can you see that the textbook analysis go beyond just simply, you know, go through that, but also looking at the size of the textbook, the position, it started to be more complex, okay? My student, my master degree student, he also engaged in this line of research. So basically, he analyzed textbooks used in Chonburi province. What he did was he surveyed, you know, English teachers in Chonburi, you know, the entire Chonburi. And then he identified 3 commonly used textbooks, you know, in real context. After found the 3 commonly used textbooks, he used global Englishes as a framework to analyze the 3 textbooks. After analysis, right, he found that the textbook that the teacher used, okay, the textbook that the teacher used contain global Englishes features in there. But he doesn't stop there, just textbook analysis. What he did was he followed up with classroom observation. So when he identified the area that contain, you know, global Englishes feature, right, he stepped into the classroom and observed that particular lesson, how the teacher, you know, taught the textbook, okay? Surprisingly, okay, the teachers are not aware, were not aware that there were global Englishes features in there. The teachers, you know, didn't even care or didn't even know about, you know, what he or she should do in there, okay? His implication is that even though we have a very clear materials, right? Even though we have a very good materials that contain global Englishes, for example, but if the teachers don't know how to use it, you know, there is no point of that, right? So having materials, teacher need to understand it as well. So that's the implication for research. Okay. And this is my paper. You know, Ajahn Christoph and I, right? We analyze CEFR. Okay. Have you ever heard about CEFR, right? The Common European Framework for Languages, right? CEFR. Yes. Okay. CEFR has a new edition. We call it the companion volumes, right? Ajahn Christoph and I analyze this. This is a policy text. Okay. This is a policy text. We think CEFR as a policy text, right? And it is a global policy because many parts of the world now use CEFR. Okay. And this is a newer version for CEFR. And we use like global Englishes as a framework. And we ask whether global English is contained, you know, in the new CEFR or not. Okay. And even though CEFR does not mention global Englishes as like a rationale to design CEFR, but we employed it to analyze it because we can see the potentials of CEFR, right, in incorporating global Englishes in that. And we publish in TESOL EJ. Okay. What we are going to do is we are going to look at CEFR as the materials now. Okay, I'm sending you the link of CEFR. If you can download it, okay. We are going to look at CEFR, the new CEFR, whether do you see global Englishes features in there? Okay. We are going to do some activities with that. Okay, so have you downloaded already?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, already, right? Okay, good, good. Okay, so this is the CEFR, right? Common European Framework of reference for languages. Okay. To start off, CEFR doesn't refer to English, right? It refers to languages. Languages in particular, languages in European context. It could be French, it could be German, it could be Spanish, it could be Italian, it could be Danish, you know. And this framework, you know, started with learning, okay, teaching and assessment. It is a more elaborated version of the older version, okay, of CEFR. What changed from this is that, first of all, CEFR reconceptualized language, the definition of language and competence. Okay, previously, CEFR conceptualized language skills in terms of listening, reading, speaking, and writing, right? So that's how language are conceptualized in terms of skills and competence. Okay, but the new CEFR changed that. Okay, changed that from reading, listening, speaking, and writing. They change it. Okay, they change it. If you read the introduction, it will be very clear. Okay, let me. Okay, here. First of all, CEFR changes from reading, listening, speaking, and writing to modes of communication, right? Modes of communication. CEFR conceptualized, you know, in terms of mode of communication, such as reception, right? Reception, production, interaction, and mediation. Okay, that is the first change in terms of reconceptualization of language. Okay, language focuses on communication, right? And communication contains receptive mode, right? Productive mode, interactive mode, and also mediation mode. Okay, that's the first that's the first step. What does it tell us here? Like in the past, when we look at language, if you look at reading, right? It treats reading as a separate skills from others. But now reception is not separate anymore. Okay, reception is not separate anymore. Reception contains multiple aspects. For example, creative and interpersonal language use, right? Transactional language use, evaluative and problem solving language use. For example, reception, right? Reception mode. An example of this mode of this aspect is reading as a leisure activity. For transactional mode, reading for information, you know, as about argument. This one is you merge the two, right? Okay, that. So basically, the reconceptualization of communication like this means that CEFR values language use more than language learning. Okay, they values language use more than language learning. These reflect the paradigm of global Englishes because, you know, global Englishes prepare learners to use English with linguistically diverse English users, right? So when it conceptualize, reception, production, interaction, it focuses on, communication and mode, focuses on use, which foregrounds, okay, the concepts of language. Okay. The second thing that I want you to look at is if you go to the very last page, okay, the very last page, that how it is conceptualized, okay. Hang on, let me look at the page first. Okay, if you go, you can go to Appendix 7, okay, Appendix 7's page 257, okay, page 257. Okay, 257. 257, right? These are some examples of substantive changes to specific descriptor published in 2001. Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to skim and scan the changes that they made. And can you tell me whether the changes reflect, global Englishes or not? Anything that you see that reflect, global Englishes paradigm? Okay, can you share with us, one example that you see? Oh, this is probably global Englishes. Anything?
Like they cut out the word native.
Okay,
And
yes.
yes,
So first of all, they cut out the word native and replace with what?
with the
Replace with, they just take out, right? The word
yeah,
native, right?
native, yes.
How does it reflect global Englishes from that?
Because they don't focus on native speaker, they focus on the who use the language to communicate with. Like also I can see the words singers. Yes.
Signers,
Sorry, signers. Yes.
signers, right? Yeah.
Signers,
Okay.
yes. And
Sign, right?
also,
You don't understand sign, right? Sign, like
yes.
sign language, right? Okay.
And also
Anyone else?
and they use target language instead of native speakers, right?
Okay. Anything else? There are more than that. Others, please.
Other participants.
Others? Okay, they're still looking. Okay, so first of all, they take out all the word that refers to as native, right? How does it reflect global Englishes? It reflects, they're trying to be politically correct. You know, for example, understanding conversation between other native people,
Natives.
right? Yeah, so this is like between other people. This one emphasizes on ELF, right? ELF context, where when we talk about conversation between people, it can be between native and non-native, between non-native and non-native, right? So communicative contexts are more broad, right? Are broader in a sense, because it doesn't focus on the use of English with native speaker anymore. So the target interlocutors are not native, right? The target interlocutors are not native, okay? And another thing is, you see that a native speaker, they don't use the word native speaker anymore. They use the word an interlocutor, right? Just one interlocutor. It can be one, it can be two. It indicates might be, you know, unpredictable in some sense, okay? You see, two native speaker, they don't use the word two native speaker, they use other participants, right? Several speakers, target, right? Or users of the language, okay? Users of the language, okay? So take out the word native, emphasize that the diverse use of English now. They acknowledge the diverse use of English, which is reflective of global English's paradigm, okay? Second, if you look at the word kind of non-standard, okay, non-standard, they take out the word non-standard, right? What else? What is the non-standard? What do they replace with? Non-standard, you see? Non-standard accent. Previously, they used the word non-standard accent or dialects. But now they use the word less familiar variety, right? Less familiar variety. What does it tell us about that?
Maybe it's not focus on native accent, so we can use any accent to understand each other.
Right. What concepts of global Englishes is this? Like standard and non-standard. What concept is this? The norms, right? The norms.
Yes,
norms, right? Okay, norms. Yeah. So previously, the norms that they have like standard and non-standard. They have very separate norms. But this one, they focus more on less familiar variety. They are trying to be politically correct, right? You know, in terms of that. Okay. The next one is look at the right now. Like previously, they talk about spoken, you know, and written, right? Spoken and written, but now they include the word sign as a language, size, language size. What does it tell us? They acknowledge more, you know, language repertoire, right? Language repertoire. Like when people use language repertoire, you can use sign language too. So it values sign language too. Okay. Okay. See that? Another one, this one, native speakers, native speaker, right? And then they change to proficient speaker. So this means that the target or the role model for learners is not about following native speaker anymore, but we have the role model to be proficient speakers. This is reflected, you know, global Englishes as well. Okay. Now, when we analyze this, and we can see that, you see that it is very hopeful. Now, if we use CEFR, right, what it tells us is that communication is very different from what we think. And also, if we use CEFR as a starting point, we have to be aware that it changes. It focuses more on kind of global English features. Okay. What Ajahn Christoph and I found in our research is that even though CEFR, right? Even though CEFR doesn't claim to use global Englishes as a framework to develop, CEFR, but we saw a lot of global Englishes features in there. And we also call action, right? If we use CEFR to design teaching, listening, or assessment, we need to be aware of, global Englishes. That is what our research is. Okay. All right. So 2 more minutes. I think maybe I should stop and take a break for now. Okay. Any questions for now? When you, like the first slide of research, we talk about ideology, or not language attitude and ideology, right? The second one is textbooks and policy analysis. Are there any questions for now?
Excuse me, Professor. Not exactly question, but I like to share in context of BRU. Right now, on behalf of International Relations Office, so we try to develop our BRU students on English proficiency. So I am one of the committee, as well as for BRU English test that we developed for many years ago. Yeah. So, and then we use I just know that we have a new version from your research. So we use the old version of CEFR level, because our freshmen of each academic year have to have a taste of BRU English test based on the CEFR. They have to pass at least B1 level. Yes, based on 4 skills actually. So they just have a new idea from your research right now. So thank you so much. Yeah, on your research as well.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, just to share for our assessment.
A lot of universities, use CEFR as the guideline to develop their own test.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And Ajahn Jirada research, right? When she examined the exit examination, right? A lot of university are using that in Thailand. Okay, and I'm glad if you can. I don't know whether it's going to be a lot of work for you or not to redo
Yeah.
all this.
Maybe
Now you
more
know
than
this already.
5 years ago. Yeah, we try and error. And right now, just yesterday we had to test BRU English test, which we have to paper-based testing and computer-based testing. But the thing happened yesterday was the system is error, so we have tried to solve the problem immediately. So we have used paper-based, come back to use a paper-based testing. Probably, so we have to, continually to improve or develop our test.
Yes, okay.
As much as
I
well.
wish we could make it luck. I know that seeing this might be, oh, wait a minute. We have done this for a year now, and now maybe it's time to shape we do things.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure whether many universities or many people are aware of the new version or not, but for me, I personally like a new version better because it's not biased, right? It's inclusive, and we can see the description more clearly in terms of the levels of CEFR. And for me, being a global English researcher, I'm very, I'm very hopeful that, okay, now if we use CEFR as the guideline to decide instruction and assessment, we take into consideration of these varieties.
Yes, I strongly agree with you that for the new version as well. Thank you very much, Professor.
Any other questions, comments, or sharing that you want to share?
Actually,
Okay.
I like to hear from Rajabhat University about the testing as well. Miss Patanan, what do you think? You like to share about your testing from the freshmen?
Actually, we not work on the testing, so I really don't have the idea. Yes, but อาจารย์อะไรนะทำวันชนะ I'm not sure.
Maybe
อาจารย์จา
Yes, yes. Dr. Jaroni in charge of
Dr.
it.
Jaroni, yes, in charge of
So
that.
it's not our part to take care of.
Yes.
Maybe
Some details.
because we can share each other to get more information to be helpful to develop our students as well. Thank you for your sharing.
Okay, if not, how about let's take a break, okay? How much time do you need, 10 or 15?
Actually, a 15 minutes break, and then after that, we continue to the second part of lecture session.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll see you in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay, so we have a 15-minute break, so we will get back at 10:50. Okay, see you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, are you here now?
All right, welcome back to the second session with our Assistant Professor, Dr. Denchai. So we continue, please.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we covered 2 research slides already, and the next slide is what we call intelligibility. Okay, this area is very important for the study of world Englishes and also global Englishes research. And when we talk about intelligibility, so let's look at related concepts. Okay, so there are 3 related concepts. The first one is intelligibility. The second one is comprehensibility. And the last one is interpretability. Okay, you need to understand these 3 terms because they're not interchangeable. Okay, so the first one, for example, intelligibility is ability to recognize how each word is written, but not necessarily understand the meaning. Okay, normally when people measure intelligibility, they measure by using like transcribe. They ask someone to transcribe the word, or they ask someone to choose the word that the spelling of it, right? For example, the word "it's hot in here." It's hot in here. Now, it's hot in here. If it is intelligible for you, it means that you can recognize how it is written, how it's spelled. Okay, it's called intelligibility. But comprehensibility, it means that understanding meaning, but not necessarily recognize word. Okay, not necessarily recognize how it is spelled or how it is written. Okay, we call comprehensibility. And the last one is interpretability, is the ability to grasp the speaker intention. Okay, grasp speaker intention is the ability to read between the lines. For example, if you hear the word repertoire, for example, repertoire, this is French word, right? But English also we use the word repertoire. Intelligibility means that you can spell the word repertoire, like R-E, repertoire. You can spell it. You can transcribe what it is. Comprehensibility means that you understand the meaning, but probably you cannot spell it. You cannot recognize how it is used or how it is spelled. Repertoire means collection, right? But if I asked you to spell it, maybe you cannot do it correctly. This word means it is comprehensible to you, but it's not intelligible, right? Interpretability is ability to grab speaker intention. Okay, for example, the word "it's hot in here," right? If I say to you, "it's hot in here," probably I don't mean like it's hot, but probably you understand that you need to turn on the aircon. For example, my intention is like understanding air conditioner, right?
Okay.
So, okay, you understand any question on this? No. All right. So let me give examples of this. I like this one very much. Actually, this research was only part of a master thesis, right? The title is like Thai English, Acceptable or Just Likeable, a study of foreign tourist perception of Thai English, right? It was not published in Scopus, but I think the design is very interesting. I couldn't see myself doing that. Okay, this student, what he did was he created like a listening materials of 4 speakers, 4 Thai speakers. He recorded 4 Thai speakers using English, in their natural context. And then he traveled to 3 areas in Bangkok: Grand Palace, Silom, and also Khao San, right? Khao San Road. These are the places that tourists, are there. A lot of tourists are there. And he gathered 100 people, 100 tourists in Bangkok. 100 people divided into 40 from East Asia, right? Korea, Japan, right? And Southeast Asia for 20 people, and Europe, 30 from Southeast Asia, 20 from Europe, and 10 from North America. Okay. What he did was he asked these tourists to listen to four listening materials, and he didn't tell whether like who they are in the listening materials, but he asked these tourists to rate the listening materials based on these aspects, based on the social status dimension and also the personality trait. Okay, after listening to materials, the respondent, right, the tourist will rate whether the speakers are well educated, proficient, or is it acceptable, or is it confidence, or is it sincere, or is it friendly, or are they friendly? And the 4 listening materials are blinded. They are blind. They are blind. A very Thai accent, right? Thai English, very Thai accent, these people. Okay. The reason that I say I couldn't see myself doing that because this student, right, did an excellent job. Imagine yourself going to Grand Palace and ask someone to stop and listening to 4 materials and then rate on this. That's why I really appreciate the attempt of master. This is only master degree student, right? I couldn't see myself doing that. That's why I really appreciate it. I'm not sure whether you can do it. You can see yourself doing that or not. Stopping 100 people to listening to 4 of this and designing these 4 materials and then ask them to rate based on this is a lot of work. And plus, he is from Prince of Songkhla University. You see that? From Hat Yai, from the south, but travel to Bangkok. You see the amount of data collection methods that he used. Okay. So overall, look at the mean score. Look at the mean score. Can you see that? This is out of 5 Likert scales. Out of 5 Likert scales. the 4 speakers, 4 Thai English users, okay, tourists think that they are well educated, 3.49%. You see that? The column 3.49%. This one is on a positive side, right? Proficient, neutral, right? This is neutral. Proficient is neutral. Acceptable, oh, a lot of acceptable, even more than well educated, right? A positive side. But in terms of personality trait, you see that? Confidence, you see? Confidence, oh, a lot, right? More than 4 scales. Sincere, 4.5, and friendly, can you see that? Okay, 4.9, 4.57. So the only aspect that are not rated positively, only the proficient aspect out of the 4 people, okay? When we look at each speaker individually, now can you look at the mean score? Now, can you tell me which speaker received highest mean score based on this? Look at the mean score between each speaker. You can look at the total, right? The total, the last line, the total of each speaker, right? A speaker, which one is has the highest mean score?
Speaker number 2.
Speaker number 2.
Yes, yeah, number 2, right? 4.63, followed by speaker number 1, right? And followed by speaker number 4, and then 3, right?
3.
Yes. And again, if you look at the social status dimension, and also the personality trait mention, all speakers, okay, it seemed like speaker 3, right? Speaker 3 received the lowest level of rating, okay, of rating. The question becomes, why, right? Why speaker 2 is rated, highest compared to other, speakers? Because these are real life use. They don't read from the script, but they use English, like they communicate in English, right? Okay, what he did was that he analyzed the natural speed, and then what he found is very interesting, okay? Speaker 1, right? The number of different linguistic features, right, is 4. This means that Thai linguistic features, is approximately 4 and 3 and 6 and sorry, that's not one. Frequencies of Thai English features occurrence in the speech. Speaker 1 and speaker 2, 1 to 5 times in the speech, right? But speaker 4 is 6 to 10 times, and speaker 3 is 11 to 15 times. Those are the frequencies of Thai English features, occur in the speech. What it means here is that, okay, what it means here is that speakers can be rated, differently depending on the language that they use, right? It is more intelligible if Thai English features are less present, like speaker 1, speaker 2, right? And also speaker 4. They are less present in their speech, right? Thai English features, for example, the word crap, the word kra, right? The word, other like same. These are something that less frequency use. It doesn't mean about accent. Can you see that? It doesn't mean about accent that people use that is going to be intelligible, but it's the features of Thai English itself that cause the differences in terms of intelligibility, okay? And all speakers are rated as proficient, you see that? Are rated as well educated, but some, only speaker 3 is not proficient, right? But the rest, can you see that, are rated more positively rather than negatively, okay? So this research is about tourist perception of Thai English. It is very well designed and very well analyzed if you're interested in this research, okay? Another one is the word accentedness, comprehensibility, and intelligibility of Asian Englishes, okay? This study explored the relationships between these three concepts, accentedness, comprehensibility, and intelligibility of Asian Englishes. So they asked Hong Kong speakers, right? Hong Kong speakers to rate speakers from China, from Hong Kong, from Singapore, and also from the United States. Okay, they asked Hong Kong speaker to rate from that. And what they found is that accentedness and comprehensibility are not correlated. Okay, this means that having an accent doesn't cause trouble in comprehensibility. Okay, having an accent doesn't cause comprehensibility, like the meaning of it. Okay, and the authors also found that share background increase rating of accentedness. This means that Hong Kong people, right, tend to rate Hong Kong English or Hong Kong accent higher than, you know, from China or from Singapore or from the United States. This means that if we use English with some people who share the same background, okay, we have more intelligibility, right? Like Thai speaker will be more intelligible to Thai using English with Thai. It makes sense, right? Okay. And the next one that we found is that in international experience, right? International experience, someone having international experience, okay, had an effect during conversation task, which means that if Hong Kong speaker, you know, had experience living abroad or going abroad, they tend to understand other varieties more than someone who just stay in Hong Kong. Okay, so this can create, you know, this research offer a very good implications for language teaching, right? So first of all, it gives us teachers hope that if your student have accent, right? If your student have accent, it means that it doesn't cause comprehensibility. It doesn't cause meaning. Okay, it doesn't cause meaning. Therefore, having an accent, having ownership of English, you know, should be the goal for language teaching, right? Second, you know, we tend to use English and we tend to understand, you know, each other more than other people. Okay, this means that we can use English with Thai and Thai can use English with each other. So it's not strange based on that. And the last one, international exposure or international experience, you know, have an effect on understanding. It doesn't mean that we should send our student to abroad, right? It doesn't mean that, but it means that we should bring international experience close to the classrooms. We should bring someone, okay, into the classroom, create international experience so that students can understand English variety is better, right? English variety is better, okay? My question to you is, do you understand the differences between accent and pronunciation? Does accent affect pronunciation? Are they related? Accent and pronunciation, are they related? Accent and pronunciation, what is accent?
The accent, in my understanding, is from the way that people use to pronounce or to use English, to speak English, but pronunciation is like how to pronounce that word. For the accent, it means that maybe have many accents, individually accent. but for pronunciation is focus on how to pronounce that word correctly.
Okay. You are almost there. You are almost there. Pronunciation, you're correct, right? Pronunciation is how we pronounce words.
Yes.
How we pronounce words. Okay. Pronunciation often emphasize on correctly. Okay, correct pronunciation, clear pronunciation, right?
Yes.
What is an accent? The description: accent is
The way that people use, right? That they have their own accent, but they can. Yeah. I'm not sure that I'm right or wrong.
Accent is identity marker.
Yeah.
Accent is identity marker. Okay. Accent is identity marker. Like it reflects who you are when we use English. It's identity marker.
Yeah. Okay.
Is pronunciation related to accent? Many people think that it's not related. It's actually related. The way that you pronounce the word reflect your identity.
Yeah.
Right? The way that you pronounce certain words reflect your identity. So it is related. Okay. Accent is a result of identity markers. Right?
Okay.
Is it clearer now?
Yes, Professor.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And this is the one of my favorite research that changed my perspective entirely. Okay. This research is about native and non-native teachers of L2 pronunciation effects on learner performance. Okay. This is a very daring research and very well designed as well. You know, when people have you ever thought about whether if your students are taught by native speakers versus are taught by non-native speakers, will their pronunciation performance different? Like one class taught by native speakers of English, one class, you know, are taught by non-native speaker of English, but focus on pronunciation. They use the same materials, the same instructions. Learners are randomly assigned. So randomly assigned, okay, to two groups, right? The only thing that is different from this is the native status of the teacher. The teachers are female, same, right? One is native and one is non-native. They look native. They look like Farang, okay? They look Farang, okay? They dress the same, so they control many variables. The learners are not aware that who are taught by native speakers, who are taught by non-native speakers. Do you think their pronunciation performance is different based on this?
Yeah, yes. It's different.
They're different. Which one will perform better in terms of pronunciation score, pronunciation performance?
Native.
Okay, we think native. Everyone agree, right? Okay. Everyone agree that that's what our belief, right? So
yes.
Okay, yeah, that's why I think this one is very daring research, and it is published in TESOL Quarterly, right? TESOL Quarterly is a very high respect journal, very difficult to get in, right? Very difficult to get in. And the design, look at the design, right? So they have two classes. The first class are taught by non-native speakers. The second class are taught by native speakers, right? The teachers is the same, female, right? But one is native, one is, you know, non-native. The non-native, you know, the researcher make sure that when she teach the pronunciation, okay, the researcher make sure that it actually non-native pronunciation. And the researcher make sure to control that. And the student, right, did pre-test, okay, pre-test by reading from the statement, right? The student before they are taught by native speaker and non-native speaker, the student read the statement, okay? And these statements are randomly assigned for raters. Raters are someone else, right? Are someone else who doesn't involved in this. Raters are not the researchers. Raters are not the researcher. Raters are someone else outside of the research. And when they rate the speech samples that the student read, they don't know which one is the pre-test, which one is the post-test. They rate the score, right? They rate the score. Why they should not know whether this is a pre-test, this is the post-test? If they know, right, they might give the post-test higher than the pre-test. So the researcher mixed the speech sample together, and then give the raters to rate that, okay? And also interviews was conducted, and also the questionnaires also were interview plus questionnaire were conducted, okay? Surprisingly, okay, we expect that the pronunciation performance taught by native speakers will be higher, right? Unfortunately, there is no significant differences between the class taught by native speakers and the class taught by non-native speakers. No difference in terms of pronunciation, okay? No differences in terms of pronunciation, performance, okay? But the students who are taught by native speakers reflected more positively than the class taught by non-native speakers, okay? So they favor more. They feel that they feel that they learn more, right? But the performance are not different, okay? For me, this is very surprising because I assume that the class taught by native speaker, the performance will be better, right? Okay. So what does it tell us now? The conclusion is very interesting. The conclusion is that the researchers encourage teachers to teach pronunciation regardless of their native status or non-native status. It gives us a very hopeful encouragement to teach pronunciation regardless of having standard or non-standard accent, okay? For me, reading this, it challenged my belief a lot. This is why when I talk to my students at Burapha University, I often give them hope, to teach English by using English, or by they should teach pronunciation in the classroom regardless of having not clear or not so clear pronunciation. They should teach it. They could prepare. They could teach it. It will not affect the learner performance. Okay. So this is one thing about intelligibility research. Okay. Any questions on that? Any sharing, any surprising from you all? No? Okay. The next research line is teacher education. Okay, teacher education is when you prepare design teacher professional development or design courses to help teacher understand global Englishes, right? So I like to give examples of my paper. I design global Englishes language teaching, professional development, okay? This paper is the first paper that actually used the word global Englishes language teaching. Remember the book by Galloway and Rose, the blue one, okay? The blue one came in 2019. And my paper actually published in 2019. It was just the right time that I actually kind of used the word global English as language teaching in the paper. And this is the first paper to help teachers understand global English as language teaching. I get a lot of citation from this, okay? And basically this paper is, I designed 5 activities. Okay, I designed 5 activities to help teacher understand global English as language teaching. And I explore how teacher react to that activities. And I use descriptive exploration, qualitative analysis, describing how the teachers react to the activities that I designed, okay? After I had 5 this activity, the next paper, 2 years later, okay, I used mixed method research to design global English as teacher professional development with a different group, okay, not the same group. This is a different group of people of teachers who did research, who participate in my professional development based on their volunteer, right? I published with Gabriel, okay, Fan Fang, from China. He's very well known in the field of global Englishes and English as a lingua franca as well. So what I did was I designed a more like pre and post test, and I measure teacher instructional competence, okay, instructional competence to implement global Englishes in the classrooms. And in my study, I define global instructional competence as knowledge, attitude, and skills, okay? I asked, I measure their knowledge, I measure their attitudes, and I measure skills before and after. And I also interview and follow up with 4 teachers, okay? For this study, 14 teachers volunteer, okay? And I found that after participating in this professional development, they increase their knowledge, okay? But their attitude doesn't change much, okay? Doesn't change much. Their skills, okay, is not clear, okay? Skills are not clear. Whether it changed or not are not clear, okay? So this is only 18 hours of professional development. And you can see that 18 hours can create knowledge change, but attitudes doesn't change much, okay? Now I'm currently doing a more longitudinal research because this is only 18 hours. Now I got the grants from PTT, right? PTT, Patato, to research professional development for 3 years. I follow, 3 cohorts of teachers, okay, follow along. The first year I used this professional development. The second year I focus on instruction. I will be collecting the data in the 3rd year in June. Okay, this will be my last year. And I will analyze their developmental stages in terms of knowledge, attitudes, and also skills. Okay. After collecting all the data for 3 years, hopefully I can see whether at what stage, in what year that the teacher changed knowledge, in what year that the teacher changed their attitudes, and what about their skills in implementing, global English language teaching. Okay. Based on my preliminary analysis, okay, knowledge change first, when people, listening to global English, knowledge change first. Attitude and skill change, I cannot tell at the moment. I have to look at the data. I haven't finished analyzing the data yet. Hopefully attitude will change after this, and probably skills will change after this. Okay. So teacher training and teacher education is not, it's not an easy thing to do. Changing teachers to implement global English is not something that we could do overnight. Okay. This is why we have to help each other. You need to help me too. So your teacher is in your own context, right? You need to implement it and then change it, okay? Because this is not your classroom. This is the student needs that they need to use English outside of the classrooms, okay? At this point, right, we explain language attitudes. We explain textbook and policy analysis. We talk about intelligibility and comprehensibility, and we talk about teacher education, okay? The next part that I will be talking about is classroom implementation, which is the highlight, okay? Which is the highlight of today as well, okay? That now global English is good. If you want to do research on global English in terms of classroom implementation, what can we do? Okay, what can we do and how can we do it? Okay, this is the last part that I will be focusing on. Okay, at this point, is there anyone interested in researching in this particular area? Anyone now? I think I will pause and reflect on that. Okay, out of the four area, which one you could see yourself, okay, doing this research? Probably not for your PhD, but for the future, okay? I'll pause now and reflect on that. And I'd like to hear from everyone from this. Who wants to go first? Or if you don't see yourself doing that now, it's okay too. Okay, so I'm not forcing you to do research now. I know that our dean, I know that our dean is here. Your ajans are here. You know, I know that. I'm aware of that. Okay, let reflect on that. If you don't plan to do it soon, what are the reasons on that? Okay, who wants to go first?
Yes, I will go first. If I will do the research, I think I will focus on the language attitude. Yes, and then we can like go for the classroom research. Yes. Yeah, because I think it's crucial if we know the attitude of the student toward the what we teach them. Yes, and then we can design the lesson plan, and then we can do the research in the classroom. Yes.
All right, thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Okay, maybe my turns to the second one that to share. Actually, it's not a actual research, but small scale research that we presented on ICON ELT. For me, I like to improve our BRU supporting staff about their English speaking ability, because actually if we are a teacher, we focus on student, but we forgot to emphasize on our staff as well. So I like to conduct a research about our supporting staff. Actually, we have academic staff and personnel staff, so I focus on supporting staff to I like to know how the way they improve their English ability, focusing on speaking. So actually they, and then based on the CEFR as well that I told you before, actually we have a BRU policy that the supporting staff have to pass the English proficiency at least A2 level. Yes. So for my research I had done with the participants. Actually, we have more than 400 something numbers, but when we had them to test, we got only 31 personnel staff to have our A2 level. Yes, so that is kind of my research myself. So we can have to continue to to have developed the manual or ESP material or English for academic workplace to continue to have the second phase. So that one is the first phase, and I like to improve more to the second phase to use the ESP. Yes.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, next please.
I would like to listen to the voice from Wang Yi Li and Sumon Ong. Wang Yi Li from China and Sumon Ong from Myanmar, please.
Yeah, Professor. And about the classroom implementation of global English, and I think I'm interested in the textbook. And for example, in China, and there are so many publishing houses to produce a textbook, and maybe after maybe for each 3 or 4 years we'll change our textbook. And as we know that there are so many varieties of textbook, but we have to choose the one which is suitable to the level, the English level of our students. And because my students maybe English level is maybe their English is poor, and so if we use some maybe difficult textbook and they cannot understand, they will lose interest in English, and it will affect their attitudes to learn English. So they are the performance, they cannot perform well in the English classroom. And so I think it's important for us to choose the suitable textbook for our students. Otherwise, they cannot do well in the classroom. Maybe it's very important for the English teacher to choose the appropriate textbook. Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Sumon Ang, how to say your name?
Yes. I'm planning to do the research on a teaching methods because I'm really fond of teaching. So I would like to do research, various kinds of teaching methods. So which method is suitable for our students? And I like to apply these methods in my classroom. So I like to do. So if I had to do the research, I like to do classroom action research. I like to find out the advantages and disadvantages of the methods. Yes, Professor. Yes.
All right. Next, please. Two more. Hassan Manchana. Okay, you're next.
Yes, okay, all right. Thank you, Professor. Let me be the next one. Actually, based on my current research that I just did it, I'm going to focus on the vocabulary, the way that helps students enhance their vocabulary, intellectual vocabulary knowledge. That's it. But based on your speech today, it made me quite interesting in world languages and try to relate the old one to the world languages. If I were asked which title that I'm interested most, I think it's gonna be language attitudes, because it affects both student and teacher in order to improve in 2 ways. It can support the old one, the old research that I did it about the vocabulary, and it also helped me get more idea about how to. I have to focus on teachers also. So I think it's quite interesting, Professor, about language attitudes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Katia, right?
Okay, Professor. I am the last one. I interested about the language attitudes as the same as P. Pathanan because I think like if we investigate about the language or the attitudes about the students is influence about the behavioral cooperativeness. If it's positive, it means like the students have like they want to help us to do more or to find out the result easily. And if the negative one, if they have the negative one, it means like they have some effects about that research. Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for sharing. So the reason that I asked you to share this is because I think the field of global Englishes and world Englishes researchers in Thailand are still very limited, okay? And I predict that global Englishes will be very influential in the future because right now in second language acquisition, we have the multilingual turn, okay? Multilingual turn, which means that we know that second language learners are now becoming multilinguals. It's not only monolinguals anymore. If you observed carefully in big cities, like in Chonburi, for example, many Thai families decided to raise their children to be bilingual. Like they use English with their children when their parents are Thai. I don't know the case in Myanmar or in China, but more and more people are becoming multilinguals, okay? It's not only about their first language or second language. And with that multilingual terms, and also we have translanguaging, we have EMI, English medium instruction, now global Englishes and world Englishes. These are a very new concepts of language teaching. And if you examine journals now, I think many journals are seeking this kind of topic, okay? You will get a chance to get published in your research, okay? And I would like you to consider, okay, reading more or study more about this topic, okay? Because I believe that there are still many rooms to do research. And in Thailand, we also have the Global English community, okay? We have coordinator, from all in Thailand. We have 5 people as the community. If you want to do research and join us, you are welcome, okay? Even though you don't do it now, in the future, maybe you do it. Like for me, for example, when I was in master degree back in 2010, I learned about the concept of world Englishes in 2010 at Chulalongkorn University. I was very excited to learn about English varieties like Singaporean English, Indian English, okay? I was excited, but I didn't know what to do with it, because I was trained to have, standard, English ideology. But going to the United States, I learned about bilingual education. I learned about linguistically diverse English users. So I could see world Englishes, in the real context in the United States. Coming back in 2014, at that time, the concept of global Englishes does not emerge. The concept of global Englishes emerged in 2015. Okay, that's the first year that global Englishes emerged in 2015. It's not a long time. So coming back in 2014, and I was assigned to teach in the teaching English as a global language. And I always wonder, what does it mean, global language? I always wonder. Without any concept, thanks to the curriculum developer at that time, okay, Ajahn Darani, Ajahn Prabhat, and Ajahn Chanpanit, these are the 3 pillars in, from our program. They say that we should teach English as a global language. And I don't know what it is. Maybe they have some idea about that. But when the concept of global English emerged, 1 year later, I was very excited. So I carry the Galloway book, the black one, with me at all times. I study in depth and I try to really do research on this because I believe that these are very theoretical concepts. We need practical sides of it, okay? It took me almost 4 years to finally get my first paper published, okay? Get my first paper published related to global Englishes. It took me 4 years to self-study. It took me 4 years to finally research and try to understand it. And then that's what my first paper published. And after that, I published second paper and people started to know me more about this because I advocate for teaching English as a global language, okay? The journey itself is something that you wouldn't expect. You wouldn't expect. As I say, you probably don't do research now. It doesn't mean that in the future you won't do it. Okay, so it's better to have a clear picture of the research community in mind. Like for me, World Englishes, appreciate it, but I didn't enjoy doing research. I did learner autonomy and something else in my master degree. My PhD degree is not about global Englishes either. It's something else. So I started doing research because of my responsibility teaching in the program, okay? And our program is certified by AUNQA now, the real AUNQA from ASEAN. So that's the quality assurance that we certify. It took us almost many years to finally, get certified. Now we are waiting for student mobility to come into our program. So yes. All right, so just sharing about why I want you to be open on this topic, okay? In the future, you may be the director of global Englishes in your context, right? Who knows, right? Who knows? Probably you are the expert. You become the well-known scholar in world Englishes or global Englishes in your own context. Like in Ubon Ratchathani, you might be the one, okay? We have one researcher now in Ubon Ratchathani, but it's in Ubon Ratchathani University. I don't know Ajahn, I don't know him personally, but I read his paper, Atikom Kien Tong, something like that. It's written in English, Atikom or Atikom, I don't know. Atikom Tien Tong, right? Atikom, right? Yeah. So I read his paper on that. He started to publish attitude study, and we have someone from Prince of Songkla, Ajahn Yusuf, right? Bunsuk, Ajahn Eric too. You met with Ajahn Eric, right? Ajahn Eric from Mahasarakam University. Who else? Ajahn Christoph from Prince of Songkla, okay, as well. Researching translanguaging and that. Who else did research and published that I saw? Oh, Ajahn Ben Nui. I don't know. I don't remember. We have one Ajahn from Sakon Nakhon Rajabhat University as well. Ajahn Buriram. His last name is Buriram, something like that. I don't know his first name. I don't remember. But we have someone. Oh, we have someone from Srinakarin Viro too. Ajahn Grit Rat Prasit. Okay, he published on World Englishes course as well. So we have quite a number of people started to do global Englishes research. Okay. I'm waiting for you. Okay, I'm very glad that Ajahn Ek, right? The dean just say that let's join. Okay, so you need to do that. Okay, combine this idea into your interest. I think it would be useful. Okay. All right, now let's move on to the last research line, which is classroom implementation. First of all, I want you to look at the word choice that I use. Okay, I use the word implementation specifically, okay? Because global English's language teaching is a paradigm. We cannot say teach global Englishes, okay? Because teach global Englishes may mean like teach a particular type of English, right? But we have to say implement, global Englishes because it is a paradigm, it is a belief. This is why I say classroom implementation, okay? Before presenting classroom implementation, I like to introduce one research by Ajahn Yusuf and also Ajahn Eric and also Ajahn Feza. I don't know how to read her name. They interview university lecturers, okay, about the activity that they use in the classrooms, okay, the activity that they use in the classrooms that promote global Englishes. So after interviewing university lecturers, they found that these are the 5 practical activities that they can use. The first one is student-foreigner classroom interaction. So the lecturers can invite foreigners to come into the classroom and have classroom interaction. Another activity is global English's video-based exposure. Okay, like having video exposed to of global English speakers, right? And expose the student to that. And also another one is on-campus meet and greet, meeting with international students or international scholar outside of the classrooms. And then about global English's discourse topic presentation, you can assign the student to present a topic on global Englishes. Or you can have the student watch English language films, okay? These are the 5 commonly used in their research and they publish it. So they explore university lecture about practicality of the activities, right? Okay. Apart from this is the main question that you should ask yourself, whether how can we bring global Englishes into the classrooms? We know that we know the what, right? We know what global Englishes is. We know the why we should do it. And this is the how. Okay. One way to answer this question is that we need to research, okay? And based on my systematic review, we found that there are 2 research areas about classroom implementation, okay? The first area is you can implement global English's classrooms and explore the benefits, the affordances, or the challenges of it. Now you can design classroom activities, you can design a course, or you can design the model, okay, a model, and you can explore the benefits, affordance, and challenges. The second line is you can investigate stakeholders' attitudes towards the global English's proposal, okay? So this means that you can introduce the concept of global Englishes like I'm doing now. I introduce the concepts of global Englishes, right? And at the end, I might ask your attitudes toward the concept. The attitude you can ask in terms of their relative advantage, compatibility, okay, completability, triability, and observed ability, okay? So these are the 2 research lines. I'm going to focus on the first research line. A lot of research are doing now is the first research line, designing something and implement it in the classrooms. And after that, okay, explore the benefits, the affordance, and the challenges. Okay, this is a systematic review. Okay, I already sent it to you. This is the most current one, the state-of-the-art article, okay, by Heath Rose, Jim McKinley, and also Nicola Galloway. They review existing research that translate global English language teaching into practical applications. What they review and they found is that now there are 2 groups, okay, teachers and researchers, right? And that introduce global English. My paper is actually in their review too. So if you're interested in understanding current knowledge, okay, I highly recommend you to read this paper, okay? And these are some examples of research in Thai context, such as this one, developing awareness of global Englishes, moving away from native standards for Thai University ELT. So this one is published in System, okay? I'm going to share with you later. This is an example. Another example is by Ajahn Naratip Jindapitak from PSU, Ajahn Adisa Tiao, and also Ajahn Christoph, bringing global Englishes into the classroom, like English language learner reflection. Okay, this is also one example. Another example is people develop MOOC, right? The concept of MOOC by use the content of English as a global language to increase global English's awareness into the university level, okay? Based on this example, I just want to show you that there are some people try to translate that into the concepts, okay? What I'm going to present to you today is the approaches. I'm not going to, talk about the same thing as what previous study did, but the approaches that I'm going to present to you is my concepts that after I read all practical applications of related studies, I come up with approaches, okay, to implement global Englishes. So let's highlight the word approach. Approach means a way to think about doing something. It about thinking, a way of thinking, okay? A way of thinking, a way of designing. There is no specific steps, okay? There is no specific steps when we talk about approach. It's only your thinking systems, okay? It's only your thinking systems. After I read so many research, okay, and I came up with 3 approaches that people use in their research to implement global Englishes. The first one is content-based approach, okay? The second one is exposure approach. The third one is integration approach. These are my conceptualization. You wouldn't see it elsewhere, okay? You will see only in my presentation and in my upcoming book. I got a contract already. I will put these approaches in my new book, okay? You are very privileged, very inclusive to to actually know first, read later, okay? I presented this already with batch 1 last year. Okay, now it will be in my book. I will submit my final draft in October. Okay, in October, and then it will appear next year. So you will see my book next year on about global Englishes, and the title is called Teacher Education for Global English Language Teaching. Okay, you will see the 3 approaches there. Okay, it's not self-promotion or anything. I just want you to say that, because some student will say, Ajahn, I want to cite, I want to cite the 3 approaches that you say. I say, you cannot cite it now because I haven't written it. It will appear in my book. Okay, so please wait. Okay, I just want to make it clear. Not self-promotion. I'm not trying to sell. Okay, so Ajahn Ek, don't find me, deduct for your advertising my own book. Okay. All right, so I think we have only 10 minutes left. I think I'm going to talk about these 3 approaches in the afternoon. Okay, so that's what we will be talking about. Today, this morning, you just be aware that there are research line, right? There are research line that people do research on global Englishes, and I introduce it to you. And now we are going to zoom into one of the research line, which is practical applications of global Englishes, which are content-based approach, exposure approach, and also integration approach. Okay, so these are the 3 approaches that we will be presenting in the afternoon. Any questions for now? No?
No,ค่ะ.
Okay. Look
No
forward to
harm.
the afternoon, right?
Yes,
Look forward to the
Professor.
afternoon. Because every time that I, as I say, every time that I teach my own student at Burapha University, and they are researching global Englishes because our program is teaching English as a global language. They have to do research related to global Englishes. Otherwise, they are not approved to do their proposal, right? We have students who do that research, okay? And they would just say, Ajahn, I want to cite the one that you teach. I was like, no, you cannot cite it now if this is only presentation, okay? But if you want to write it first, it's okay. Take my idea and write. It's okay. Okay, all right. If no question now, let's meet at 1. Okay, is that okay?
All right. So for this morning session, I would like to sincerely thank to our Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai very much about the concept of those 4 concepts about the word Englishes, English as a lingua franca, English as an international language, and global Englishes. That's besides we have learned about the research on GE that could help us a lot to conduct the research in the area of these concepts in the future. Okay, that you have to write up that our idea to have aware of this kind of the modern of GE as well. So thank you very much, sir, Professor. If we have not any questions to ask right now, so we will continue to the afternoon session. And for the MC of the afternoon session will be the Miss Patanan. Okay, so we will see again on 1 p.m.
Okay, all right.
So enjoy your lunch as well. Thank you very much, sir, Professor.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patanan Sutilijan. It's my delighted to be MC for this afternoon session. So is everyone here now? Okay. Please wait for a while. Okay. All right. So welcome back to the webinar in the afternoon section on the practical implications for ELT research by Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai Prabjandee from Burapha University. So now I think everyone looks very ready, right? Yeah. So now may I invite our guest speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai Prabjandee. Please welcome.
All right, thank you. I hope Ajahn, will the Dean join us again, or it's okay. We can start, right? Okay, so this morning we talk about approaches, right, to implement global Englishes. And I would like to remind you again that I use the word implement because global Englishes is a paradigm. A paradigm means a shared belief by a group of people. You cannot teach a paradigm, but you can implement a paradigm, okay? And I use the word approaches because it's only about a way of thinking. There is no specific steps. It's not a model, okay? It's a way of thinking about doing something, all right? So after I present all of these 3 approaches, I'll ask you some questions so that we can discuss our opinions, okay, related to these 3 approaches. So be ready on that. So first of all, when we implement global Englishes, previous studies use what I call content-based approach, okay? Content-based approach means that they develop a new course, right? They develop a new course and teach global Englishes as content, okay, as content. It's not a language class, you know, it's a content class. Like we are learning now, we are learning what global English is, right? We are learning about why global English is, and we are learning about research in global Englishes, right? These are treated as content, not language class, okay? So, for example, this research, developing student awareness of, you know, global Englishes. This research is content-based approach. They didn't say that they use content-based approach, but I term it content-based, okay? What they did was they turned their existing studies into a content class. If you look at the course syllabus now, look at the course syllabus, right? The spread of English, right? They talk about the spread of English, British and American English. They talk about Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand English. And they talk about English in post-colonial communities, standard English debate, ELF, language ideologies and attitudes, right? Language policy planning and teaching in China, language rights and discrimination and presentation, English and globalization, and the future of English. Now, if you look at the course syllabus, okay, if you look at the course syllabus, it's not a language class, but it's a content class, right? It's a content class, but it is global English's course, okay? It's a global English's course relying on several issues, okay? This is by a Thai scholar, Ajahn Yusuf, Ajahn Eric, and Jim McKinley that I show you later, you know, previously. The title, okay, they also develop a new course, right? And teach global English as content. And look at the topic, you know, English in the global language, early spread of English, standard English, right? English as a lingua franca, linguistic imperialisms, the creation of inequalities, the linguistic discrimination, ownership of English, and the question of intelligibility in world Englishes, and also the future of English. You see that? These are a new course and teach global Englishes as content. This one is for teachers, right? The concepts of pedagogical implications of world Englishes in an ELF, in teacher education in Italy. Now, if you look at the content that they teach the students, like the historical and social cultural factors, ELF characteristics, speakers and context of use, reflection on the pedagogical implications, and so on. These are the topics that they teach global English as content, okay? Another one is incorporating, you know, world Englishes into undergraduate ESL courses. And they have the first activity is called Introduction to World Englishes. So they teach the concept of world Englishes as content. And then they have the, like, a movie clip, right, called Outsource. This is like the award-winning movie, and they invite guest speakers, animated characters, and also American tongues. Okay, so but the first topic, the first activity is content-based, but later on it's other activities. Okay, what I would like you to do is I'm going to show you a video clips. It's a movie trailer of Outsource. Okay. And after you watch the video clips, we will discuss what can we teach, okay? What can we teach our student if we ask our student to watch these movies? It's only a movie trailer, but imagine the whole movie. Like, what can you teach to your student? Okay, are you ready?
I need you in my office. We decided to restructure the order of fulfillment, offshore the whole department. We need you in India.
Well, no, I'm not going to India to train my own replacement.
All you need to do is visit the call center and make sure the new guy's up to speed. Bro, what is that?
Oh, that is just a cow. Must have wandered in. 1 minute. Basically, people need to learn about America. Hold your nose, flatten a vowel like Chicago.
Not a good time.
I told you, I'm in Chicago. Dear, right. Bro, this place is a disaster. Maybe the rest of my life. My name is Todd. Everyone says Toad. Are you Mr. Toad? Mr. Toad. Mr. Toad. You realize you're not on vacation over there? Yeah, I would come here for vacation.
Listen, just a word of advice. I remember feeling like you did. I was resisting it. Once I gave in, I did much better.
It's a pleasure talking with you. Some things I don't understand about American life. You hate your boss and you don't like this company. Why not choose something else?
Why don't you say anything?
What did you say? I don't know how this country works. I don't know how to explain it. In my world, it just makes sense to work your ass off just so you can have that 50-inch plasma. Someone's got a train to do. Some of us do sound alike. There are over 1 billion of us, you know.
Terrible.
Okay, this American guy, right, Mr. Todd, he was sent to India to train Indian people, right, to pick up the phone and answer questions about the United States. It's outsourced, right? So US company outsource Indian people. So he has to go there and train some Indian people to speak like American, right, from Chicago. All right, so if you were a teacher using these materials for your student, what would you teach your student? What can we teach our students based on these films?
Maybe the different cultures between American and Indian people.
Okay. You can ask your student to compare, right? The cultures from between India and American cultures. And when you talk about culture, what kind of culture that you want them to compare? Is it like the clothes, festival?
Yes. Greeting and maybe like lifestyle.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Okay.
Food or yeah.
And we also can teach the student the sociolinguistic, right? Yes. And also the variety of the English. Yes.
Yes.
Because
so we can. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean that in Indian accent is very different from American accent. So maybe we can like show how the difference between both. Yeah. Thank you.
We can teach them sociolinguistics, like the language used are influenced by society and culture, right? Okay. What else? We can teach the concept of culture shock as well, right? Culture shock. When you are placed in a different culture, you are shocked by their experience, by that experience, and cultural adaptation, right? Cultural adaptation. And also we can, when we compare culture between different cultures, right? You can compare between two things. Like, have you ever heard like the big C culture and small C culture? Culture spelled with the big C ones. Okay. If it is like a big C culture, it means tangible culture, such as clothes, festival, food. Okay. It's something that is easy to compare. Okay, Songkran and compare with Christmas, you know, these are something tangible. Clothes, right? But small C culture, it's more like intercultural. Small C culture, it's difficult to compare, such as attitudes toward certain things, right? Or lifestyles. These are very different, difficult to compare, okay? When the guy want to train Indian people to speak like Chicago people, right? Chicago citizen, can Indian people do that? They cannot become American, right? They cannot speak like American, right? Okay. What do we learn from that? We cannot really become a native speaker by training. We cannot become a native speaker by training, regardless of having a native speakers. It reflects the research that I told you, right? If you are taught by a native speaker, it doesn't mean that your English or your pronunciation will be the same as a native speaker, right? It doesn't mean the same, okay? People always have variation, okay, variation because of that. And you can see that a lot of time is about values too. In American culture, people values hard work, right? They have to work very hard and buy stuff, a new plasma, like a new TV, right? A big TV. But for Indian, they like to stay with their family and cultures. Like it's not materialistic culture for Indian, but American is more like American dream, you know, big dream. I need to work hard. I need to commit to my work. Okay. These are things that you can teach to your student as well, like raise their awareness about things. Okay. One thing about culture shock is that when Todd, right, was placed in India, he experienced culture shock. Now, when Todd came back to the United States, okay, he will also experience what we call reverse culture shock. Okay, reverse culture shock. You have culture shock in your own culture. Okay, like for me, for example, I went to the United States. I experienced a lot of culture shock. Okay, a lot of culture shock. And now when I came back to Thailand, I also experienced culture shock too. So it's happened the same thing. Yi Li Wang, right? Are you living in Thailand now or in China?
A professor in Thailand now.
Oh, in Thailand. Okay. How long have you lived in Thailand? And have you ever had a chance to go back? Have you ever had experience, you know, culture shock living in your own culture?
Yeah. And almost, I have been here almost 2 months, and I will go back to China maybe in August. And I also experienced a lot of culture difference in Thai. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes. The way we teach too. I think I have Chinese students too as well. The way that we teach, you know, especially in international program like this, many times it's different from your own culture as well. So watch out for the reverse culture shock. Okay, you will you will have reverse culture shock for sure. Okay. All right, so this is one thing that we can do, right? Outsource. And another thing is called a documentary. This is also an award-winning documentary called American Tongues. Okay, what I want you to do is the same. We are going to have to watch some parts of the documentary, and I want you to think about what can you teach your students if you ask them to watch this American Tongues. It's a documentary about English use in the United States. Okay. Hang on. What happened?
In my earlier life, I did quite a bit of traveling because my husband was a contractor, and moving different places, people would ask me what part of the South I was from. And of course, at first, it was a little annoying. And then it became a game with me. I would let them guess, and they never could. Same thing with my weight. I let them guess, and they never can.
Murray had a little lamb, people's white as snow. Everywhere me and Murray went, that lamb was sure to go.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Mary had a little lamb, her feet was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
He followed her to school one day, which was against the rules, made the children laugh and play to see the lamb.
You say Easter and I say I. You say Easter.
Got a lot of cotton in that country. Cotton, peanuts, and potatoes. You ever worked a cotton patch? Oh, when I was a little bit kid, I used to go on a little coat sack and pick it off the ground. You know your face is getting longer. How much page is? Oh, that's Gino's page. Oh, Gino. I guess I put no windows in there. No windows. I can use the windows in my apartment. What's the windows? Storm windows. This is Junior. Junior, what you doing? You buying new curtains? Putting up new curtains?
I was on the floor. Girl, yes, I don't let that concert out. You saw right on that gondola? Girl, yes, girl, I was running it. Did you go to the kiddie watch? Girl, yeah, Santa Claus are calling on.
Who do you think has a funny accent? People from New York or Philadelphia, you know, how that's, and Virginia, especially our grandkids in Virginia, and they have that Virginia dialect, you know. I have to live twice to catch on, you know, to get that dialect, you know.
Wisconsin people.
Why do you say Wisconsin? What do they sound like?
Because when they say their O's, they're going out and about. They do, they're really bad. They sound like they're Norwegian.
Mississippi and Georgia, they had a certain way of talking that, boy, you had to have a knife to cut it, like trying to cut butter. They would, couldn't understand them.
People from Chicago, people from New York, upstate New York, and all that, all of them have a definite accent. And they're the ones that are hard to understand. They may think I'm hard to understand.
New Yorkers are rude. Southerners talk too slow.
Okay. These are American, right? American variationist. Can you see that? American tongues, even there are native speakers, right? But the way that they use English is very different. Like the pronunciation, even the vocabulary. Okay, the pronunciation, vocabulary, grammar too. Grammar, some states, the grammar is very challenging to understand. Not because the way that they pronounce, but the grammar itself, it's very challenging. Now, if you were a teacher, having students watch that movies, what can we do with that? What can we do with that? What kind of concept can we teach the students?
Yes, Professor, please allow me to answer this question first. From my point of view, I will make them realize the difference of language and make them confident in using English. Okay, back to the first point. The variety of language that use, even though in Thailand, we also have different kind of language, of pronunciation, and dialect. So we can use it for communicating. So when they use English, I would let them be confident in that. So with worryless about using English, because we can find the same thing, even though Thai or English, that is the variety, the variation. Thank you.
Thank you. What else could we do?
Yeah, Professor. And I think first, as an English teacher, we should make our students realize that we should accept the existence of varieties of Englishes in the world. Not how should I say? Maybe not the only the English spoken by the native speakers. The English, maybe how to say it? Maybe at first, as an English teacher, I just want to teach my students standard English. But in fact, it's very, how to say, it's very difficult to learn the standard English. And so in Thailand, we have Chinglish. And maybe for my students, sometimes they are afraid of making mistakes by using English to communicate with each other. And so they just keep silent in the English classroom. It's not a good thing. And so I think we should encourage our students to speak in English and not worry about to make mistakes. Just try to express in English, try to communicate with others in English. It's okay, and even it's Chinglish. And so only in this way they can improve their English, and also practice makes perfect. If they spoke some how to say the Chinglish or some not standard English, and they can learn something from it, and then they can improve their English. Yeah, okay, that's my own opinion. Thank you.
Okay, now you all are getting there, right? Okay, I'm really glad you're all getting there. Okay, yes. So the documentary a moment ago, I think encouraged viewers to realize that even native speakers, they have variations in their own countries, right? Like in America, for example, if you use the word soda, for example, in Colorado, where I live, you say soda, it means Coke or Sprite, those soda, that's what we call. But if you go to some kind of Maryland, from the east part, they call it pop, right? Pop. Can I have some pop, please? It means soda. Okay. It's just the way that people use English, right? And double negative, for example, double negative is used in the south part, and in Colorado, for example, people in Colorado, they often they often think that they don't have an accent. I was like, you all have an accent. I told them that Colorado people, they use the word like Colorado, like ra is very long sound, like Colorado, for example, Chicago, like something like that. Okay, they extend the vowel sounds in some vocabulary. Okay, even in England, for example, how many of you understand Adele effortlessly? Okay, without even trying. We have to pay extra attention to Adele, right? If she babbling, okay, what she's talking about, I wouldn't have a clue. Okay, I have to really ask, to really listen to multiple times to understand what she is talking about. Even in Manchester, for example, they don't use the word myself. they use me self, right? Me self. In case me self is not, it's not grammatically correct, even for Manchester, you see, native speakers. Then when we talk about standards, as I say, standard based on what? Based on American or on British or on what, right? Because language variation is natural. You see, language variation is natural. Like what you say, even Thai, right? We always have, it's natural, right? To have variations. And it is impossible, okay? It is impossible to train to become like a native speaker. You can get close to it, and it's impossible, okay? And this is why the concept of global Englishes speak to my mind, because it encourages people to take ownership of English. This is my English, right? And when Yi Li Wang, right, you use English. This is the way that you use English. It reflects your English. It reflects your identity. You should be proud of that. You should be able to claim that. Global English is encouraged to take, ownership of English. Be proud, as long as it is intelligible. Global English doesn't acknowledge that everyone should be the same, should be native speakers. It's not about that. But it doesn't mean that we stop teaching standards, okay? It doesn't mean that. You can teach standards, but the expectations should not be everyone, conform to the standards. When I was an undergraduate student, my major was English, right? And then our professor always, asked us to pronounce certain words that we don't even use it, like a very, how many of you say, I'm going to the van? The big van. No one will speak, every voice sound like this. It will be, very pretentious, to really speak everything like that. Okay. All right. So we are aware of that. Now, the next research is also still on content base. This one is the impact of ELF concept on pre-service English teachers. Okay. And look at the topic, right? Language variation, bilingual education, linguistic diversity, English as a lingua franca, linguistic imperialism, EIL, language and identity, and the role of non-native English speakers. You see that? Teach global Englishes as content, not the language part. Okay. That's the first approach. You develop a new course and teach it as content, okay, and teach it as content. And I call it content-based because we use English, right? We use English to teach those content. The second approach is called integration approach. I call it integration approach. What does it mean by integration approach? What it means is that this is a language class, right? This is a language class, English class, but we integrate global Englishes in a language class, For example, this research, right? Implementing a global Englishes component in a university English course in Hong Kong. Now, for this research, the researcher continued teaching English, right? But he developed 5 activities, and he integrate, right? These 5 activities into his syllabus where he thinks it is appropriate, right? So it is called integration because the researcher did not develop a new course. They still continue teaching, okay, English, but just integrate some global English component or activities in the class, okay? This one is another interesting research, designing ELF aware lessons in high-stake exam context. So the context that they are teaching now is for tutoring, right? Tutoring for exams. And then they incorporate ELF aware lessons, okay, in the tutoring. So what they did is they continue tutoring the exams, but when there are moments, right, when there are moments that they can talk about ELF or English as a lingua franca. They talk about it with the student. So integrated, okay, integrated. This one is not a research, but it is an opinion piece. ELF with EFL, what is still needed for this integration to happen, okay? So what can we do to integrate that, okay? So integration is easy. You continue teaching English, continue teaching language, but integrate global English activities in there, okay? And the last one, okay, exposure approach, okay, exposure approach. This approach does not involve teaching. So no teaching at all. The teachers, okay, don't teach in this approach. What do they do is that they design activities. They design activities. The teacher will design activities. And after that, it will assign the student to complete the activities, okay? The student will continue doing the activities and they will realize the message by themselves, No teaching at all, just completing the activities and the student will realize it. It's called exposure, exposed to the concept without even teaching it, okay? Right, for example, this one, bringing global Englishes into the ELT classroom, English language learner reflection. Ajahn narrative, okay, designed activities or global English activities for undergraduate student, and the student volunteer to complete the activities. So he has this kind of activity and the student do that outside of the classroom. It's not in part of the classroom, okay? This is more like a club where students complete it and then they understand the concept by themselves, okay? No teaching. When the student have questions, he just, asks more questions. He doesn't provide answer. He doesn't define what global English is. Students just complete activities. Another one is using listening journals to raise awareness of global Englishes in ELT by Nicola Galloway and Heath Rose, okay? This one, the author assigned undergraduate student in Japan to visit the International Dialect of English Archive, and ask the student to select listening materials by themselves. Okay, ask students to select listening materials by themselves and then keep writing listening journals. Like, why did they select these English varieties and what do they think about it? Keep writing listening journal. And at the end, the author, investigate learner reflections of doing the activities. Okay, can you see that there is no teaching, just completing assignment and the student realize the concept of English variation. Okay, this one is the same, but expose student to TED Talk. I think we all know TED Talk, right? TED Talk is the website where the student can choose to select and listen to the speakers by themselves. And then the researcher asks student to visit the TED Talk and then, listening and exposed to that. Okay. This one is also exposure approach, and I love this research very much. It is one of the best research. It's called Effects of Global Englishes Oriented Pedagogy in the EFL Classrooms. Okay, this one is published in System, and the author used exposure approach as well. So she designed this activity for the student to complete, and then she explored their perception qualitatively about the activities. Okay, very well written, very well argument, very well analysis, and also representation too. This is one of the best of classroom action research, in my opinion. Okay, she didn't say she used exposure approach, but I see it as exposure approach. She used the term implicit. Okay, implicit approach. Okay, implicit approach. Right. Okay, so now we learn about three approaches, right? Content-based, integration and also content-based integration and also the exposure, right? Content-based, you develop a new course, and then you kind of teach it as content, right? It's not language class, okay? Integration, you continue teaching English, but integrate global English activities in there. Exposure, no teaching, just completing the activities, right? Just completing the activities, and then realizing the student will realize the objective of the activity by themselves. We are going to discuss this in smaller group, okay? So if you can take a picture of this questions. Out of the three approaches, which one do you think is the most appropriate for English classroom in Thailand or in your context? For example, maybe in China and also in Myanmar, and why? In what context can each approach be implemented? Like, for example, the content base, in what curriculum can we use that? Is it should be fundamental class, elective class? You know, think of that context, okay? The second question would be, which approach is most appealing to English teachers and why? Okay. And the last one, what are challenges in implementing each approach? What are the challenges in implementing each approach? Okay. So we are going to discuss in smaller group for this one. Okay, so we have okay, how can we do in like smaller group? Who is the, or would you like to do it as a big group like this, depending on you?
Excuse me, Professor, do you like to do like a breakout rooms, right?
Yeah. Breakout room. Can you help me with doing breakout room?
I'm real on technology. How to?
Can you add me to be co-host? I can help. I can do that. Okay. Ajahn Yuthachak, maybe you can teach. You can teach for me too. You learn about this concept already.
Thank you, Dr. Very expert. Dr. Please give a hand to Janata Denchai and your to their friends.
Yeah, so I know that he like learned about this already. Ajahn Siddhisak too, right? Ajahn Siddhisak is batch 1, is that right?
Yes, Professor.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I remember. Have you assigned me to be co-host already? How about this? I think we can discuss as the whole group, okay? All right, so let's start with the first question. Out of the three approaches, which one do you think is the most appropriate for English classroom in Thailand? What do you think? Any volunteer? Or you can respond the second question too. It's fine. You can start any question that you, in your opinion. Okay.
Excuse me, Professor. Let me try to share something that about the first one out of the three approaches, which in my opinion, I think that for it depends on the subject. For example, I taught in business English major, so we have to focus on like industrial hospitality, for example, like tourism or hotel, or yes. So we have to motivate students to speak more than like a linguistic feature. So you have to use like a simulation or situation that similar to the real situation, and then they have to demonstrate in the classroom. Yes.
So in that business English class, what approach do you think is appropriate for that class? Like business English major.
I think
I
it's integrate.
think maybe exposure approach.
Why?
Maybe we can mix between content based, because we have to know about the tourism organization or something like management first, and after that they have to create or do presentation by their own with their exposure approach. Maybe we can mix. That's my opinion.
Hey, okay. Next, please.
Thank you.
Yes. I also teach business English as well, and I think I will use the integrate approach because in the subject, okay, if I teach English for public relationships, right? So I have to teach the language and then integrate the global Englishes in the activities. Yes, because they have to communicate with the other who's use the language. Yes, so I think integrate approach it will be suitable. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Good. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
Let me try. So as far as I'm concerned, in Myanmar, the exposure approach is appropriate for English class in Myanmar, because most of my students don't have enough exposure in speaking and listening, so they are reluctant to speak English. That's why I think they have, when they want to express themselves, they have limited vocabulary, so they don't they don't know how to express themselves. So I think the most important thing is exposure. They need a lot of practice by providing some activities, or by watching YouTube videos or something like this. So they by doing so, they can improve their speaking skill and listening skill, and they can apply this knowledge in real situation.
Right. Okay.
That's why I think the exposure approach is for our country.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Anything else?
Professor, and I think out of the three approaches, maybe the content-based is the most appropriate for English classroom in China, because I think in China our students don't have enough opportunity to communicate with in Chinese, we just call it language environment. We don't have so many language environment in China. For example, maybe for most students, they just speak English only in English classroom. Yeah, but after class, they even don't speak English. They just speak English in classroom, and so I think maybe the learning materials for them is maybe for most students are textbook, a textbook. So they just rely on textbook so much. And so I think maybe the content-based approach is maybe the most suitable for Chinese students. Yeah, for Chinese students. And we should how to say it, we should find the suitable textbook and design how to teach our students and to improve their English competence. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? We have heard 3 approaches already appropriate for each context, right? Exposure, integration, and also content-based. Can you see that? All right, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, content-based approach, right? And exposure and also integration approach. One of my students, she captured the appropriateness very clearly for me to really understand it. She said that content-based approach is appropriate when with like elective class, with elective class where you have opportunities to develop a new course, right? If your school don't, if the curriculum are very fixed, like you have to teach this, you have to teach that, content-based approach is not appropriate because the school itself or the curriculum itself doesn't allow you, to develop a new course. Okay, so content-based approach, what she say is that it is appropriate for elective class. Exposure is for club. That's what she say. Designing the activities and then student completed and then coming and talk. There is no teaching, just completed activities for fun. Okay, it's more for club. For integration, it's like fundamental class. You have to teach English, right? You have to teach language, and then you integrate the concepts in there. Okay, I think she quite captured. She made connection very clearly in the school context. Okay, in the university context, now if you are allowed, or if you have the freedom, or if you are empowered to develop a new course, then content-based approach is appropriate. But what are the challenges for content-based approach? Okay, what are challenges for content-based approach? Number one, okay, the challenges is that to develop a new course, right? To develop a new course and contain enough topics, right, to be used in a course. How do we know that it's enough, right? The teacher as well, are we knowledgeable enough to teach, global English course? It requires a lot of training. It requires a lot of training to understand, to be able to teach it, right? Like I'm with you now, just only one day, but at Burapha University, we learned 2 years. Even our PhD program is like 3 to 5 years. So still, our students, after they graduate their master degree, they're still not comfortable teaching the concept of global English to their students as a new class, Even our PhD student now, after they graduate, it takes them quite some time to be confident to teach, global English. It takes time to be very knowledgeable on a topic or for the whole course, but you can be knowledgeable in a particular topic, right? In a particular topic, you can be knowledgeable about that, but to be knowledgeable in all courses require a lot of time. That's the challenging part of content-based approach, the teacher side and also the course development side, right? The second one is exposure approach, right? The challenging part, okay, the challenging part is that designing activities for your student, and then they complete it, right? After they complete it, they understand the concept without you even teaching them, That is a very challenging task to do. Hey, after you complete it, you know, you understand the concept. That is very challenging part to do. And it requires cooperation from learners, right? If your student don't do what you say, done. It's a done deal. You ask them to do activities. You ask them to write listening journals. If they don't do that, you know, it's a done deal. So can you see that the challenging part relies on the designing activities and also the student cooperation? Okay. Integration part. Okay, integration part. Integration, this is what I observed, okay, based on my research, is that teachers tend to favor integration approach because they don't have to give up what they are doing. Like they can continue teaching the thing that they do, right? And they can integrate, you know, global Englishes in their teaching, okay? Unfortunately, in the real practice, teachers do not plan when they implement integration approach. They will just, when they see opportunities, they just talk everything. So the instruction becomes unfocused, okay? The instruction becomes unfocused. And when they started teaching vocabulary, okay, they started to introduce multiple side stories, you know. It's not focused and it's very scattering, okay? For example, when they teach the word color, right? You know, the vocabulary color, and then they will say color, the spelling between British and American, Indian say this, Singaporean say this, and color say this. You see that there are many side stories that distract from the lesson, okay? So again, the integration approach, the challenging part is the integration part itself, because it has to be focused. It has to be focused and meaningful. Not you cannot talk about everything, okay? But the teacher in practice, what I observe is that they talk side stories, you know, many side stories, and at the end, the student don't really know what they are learning, okay? So that if you use integration approach, make sure it is well planned and it is well focused. Okay, it is well balanced between global Englishes and integration approach. Okay. Again, all three approaches, if you want to implement it successfully, what can we do? Now we know that these are something that we can do, okay? What can we do with that? We have to train teachers, right? Teacher training is the key. If teachers don't have knowledge about global Englishes, they cannot do content-based and they cannot do integration. They cannot even do exposure approach, right? Okay. So teacher training, teacher professional development, and teacher education is the heart of all of this, not the learner's part. Okay. Okay. For research purposes, okay, since there are three approaches now, you know, one of you mentioned like Rosamond, right? Okay, Rosamond mentioned that we can combine, Ajahn. Yes, we can combine. Right now, each study, they implemented only one approach. Now, for your future research, you can combine, right? Okay, you can combine between this and that, huh? You can combine this and that, and so on. Okay, so you can just combine and make it your own approach. Okay, what else could we do? We can compare, right now there's no research that compare the effectiveness between each approach. Okay, between the effectiveness of each approach. Like you can compare between content-based and integration, which one will yield better result, and so on. Or you can combine all three of that. Okay, all three of that. I wanted to do comparison between these three approaches, but I have to stop because I'm writing a book on that part now. I want you to do research that compare three approaches in terms of language development, but I cannot. My student now will compare not in terms of these approaches, but she will compare student, high school student. This is master degree, right? So what she will do is that she will send out a survey, and the survey will result in someone having traditional orientation toward English and also global English's orientation toward English. Send out the survey, so she will have two groups. After she has two groups, okay, she will ask these two groups to test English proficiency test, okay, by using Cambridge assessment, okay. And then she will compare whether different groups will yield different result or not. That's her proposed project. For me, I think that's a good thing to do, so that we will know whether if students have global English orientation, will their English performance will be better than those who have traditional and narrow sense of English orientation. Okay. Any questions on this?
Okay, Professor, I do have one question.
Okay, yes.
Okay, back to what you have mentioned about mixing all the three approaches in one research, okay? And now I'm thinking of two ways to mix them. Okay, the first way is that to mix all of them and we conduct at the same time in the same classroom. Okay, like integration, content-based and exposure at the same time, or we mix them in each class period. For example, content-based, exposure, and integration in one different period. Okay, which is more viable for research? This is my question.
Okay, that's a very good question. So you should not mix them like in one lesson. You should not mix all three, but you should mix them in at the level of unit. For example, week 1, unit 1, if you are going to introduce them to what global English is, right? You can talk about global English is this and that. So you teach it as content, right? As the content. Week 2, now you focus on the language aspect. Not week 2, I mean unit 2, for example. Unit 2, okay, you focus on the language aspect and still integrate, global English component in that unit. So you can use integration approach, but at the same time, the assignment that you ask them to do for your course, okay, you can ask them to do it independently outside of the class, no teaching involved, okay, that can be an extra part of that, okay. I would not recommend you to use to mix 3 approaches in one kind of lesson. It's not viable. For me, don't mix all 3. I don't see all 3 being possible. I see only 2 possible solutions. The first one is content-based and exposure, or content-based plus exposure, right? So you will teach content-based and your assignment will be exposure, okay? The second one you can do is integration and exposure, okay? But you cannot do content-based and integration, it doesn't go together, okay? So exposure should be something like a supplementary, a kind of assignment, and so on, right? Any other questions? Okay. Now, my question to you, this is something for fun, okay? When I review the literature, I look at the result, okay? I look at the result of these approaches, right? And based on the result, I know that they use different they use different research methodologies, right? Some of them use qualitative, some of them use mixed method, some of them use only quantitative methods part. Now, we cannot really compare when they have different methodologies, but I just wanted to compare for fun, okay? The similar things out of these approaches is that, number one, the attitudes of student changes, okay? The attitudes of student changes. Attitude changes towards two things: attitudes toward their own English and attitudes to English varieties are changing. Like after these implementing these approaches, student attitudes toward their own English changes, and the attitudes toward English varieties, changes. They become more respectful to other English varieties. That is one thing. Okay. Another thing that people explore is confidence. Okay, confidence level. Okay, out of the three approaches, the confidence, approach, the confidence toward their own ability, okay, occur in the exposure approach. The confidence occur in the exposure approach. Students become more confident toward their own English, okay, and they become, free, from standards and native norm. They feel more empowered from exposure because they complete the activity by themselves and they realize the values of global Englishes by themselves. Okay, it lasts longer than that. Okay. And for the integration approach, one challenge that reported by the researcher is that it takes time. It takes time for the student to change their attitudes. Do you know why? Why integration takes time, takes longer time than other two approaches? Why? Can you guess why integration takes longer time for students to change their attitudes?
Let me share, Professor. Okay. Why integration takes longer time? I think because it's integration and it's the students are not directly exposed to what does it mean for WE, or the teachers do not directly give them the definitions or what WE is, right? So when it's integrated, it takes time because the students need to develop their understanding or develop to understand what is integrated into their lessons. That's why this approach takes longer time. It's different from teaching directly, like in the content-based. Okay, this is what my guess is.
Yes, exactly. My student actually use integration approach, and the student attitudes change very minimally, okay, and it takes longer time for them to change their attitudes because students, care both, right? Care not really, their focus is on like the language, not the global English component. For the content base, right? It's like you are rooting for a sport, global English is good. You tell them directly, right? This is a very good concept, benefits for you. This is the concept. This is what you should do. You should be proud of yourself. This is we telling them. And they started internalizing it, clearly, right? For integration, oh my God, the language part is the focus, but this one is only supplementary. It takes longer time to change their attitude. And for the exposure approach, if you design well, it lasts longer than other approaches. Okay, you're right. So integration takes longer time to change student attitudes. Okay. All right, so now what I would like you to do is, if you want to do research on this, I highly recommend you to go beyond attitude change. Like previous studies, the dependent variable, is often attitudes, their attitudes. But we learn English not because we want to change the attitudes, right? It has to be more. You probably can measure like student right, student English communication ability, for example, English performance, for example. So there are many things to measure, confidence, for example, but go beyond attitude change. And the review, right, of by Heath-Rose, Jim McKinley, and also Nicola Galloway, they advocate for a more robust research design, a more control, right, control design. So if you are interested in this, I think if you compare between these approaches, and you can get published for sure. Okay, I highly recommend you to do this as the next step forward. Okay. Any questions for now? No? Okay. Keep in mind, okay, 3 approaches. Content-based.
I think Ajahn Mary, the first batch, Ajahn Mary, she is my advisee from Myanmar. Ajahn Mary, are you with us? I would like to listen to your voice. Ajahn Mary.
Ajahn Mary, okay.
Mary from
Is he
Myanmar.
graduating? Is he graduating, Ajahn? I saw that she published.
Yeah. She got a paper published about 2 or 3 already. Ajahn Mary, please say something.
Yes, Prof.
We cannot hear you. Okay. Hello.
Maybe yeah, Wi-Fi problem, technical problem. Maybe later on,ครับอาจารย์ maybe later on.
Later on. Okay, later on. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So again, hopefully I will have time to compare the 3 approaches. But if not, you can do that. Go ahead. Okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm writing my book now so that I need to focus on something else. Okay. The last part for today's lecture is about the practical side of, global English language teaching activities that I actually use, and you can implement it with your students. This will be less research part, okay? I'm going to introduce you to kind of 4 to 5 concepts. The first one is what we call remodeling English users. Okay, remodeling English users. For this activity, we'll start with questions. Okay, who are English users now? So I want you to be a student now. Okay, imagine that you are a student. Who are English users now? How many English users are there in the world? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes to guess. There is no penalty, okay, for guessing. Just guess. Okay, who are English users now? And how many English users are there in the world? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes up. Okay, throw me your response. Who are English users now, and how many are there in the world?
Educators.
Educators.
Yeah.
Tourists.
Tourists. Okay.
Yes.
Businessman.
Okay. Yes. How many are there in the world altogether?
More than maybe more than 3
10
million.
More than 10 million. Okay. More than 10 million. Okay. Are there any differences between users and learners?
For me, I think it's different. For user, because we have to use English to communicate with each other among like countries, to use for their business purposes or something like that. But for learners that only learn English, maybe they cannot use or they will use or not. The better.
Some people told me that learners are still developing their English proficiency, right? They will become user in the future when they actually use it in their daily life. Okay. Yes. Like you and I now, we are all users because we use it in our daily life. Okay. We use it in our daily life. Learner is like a stepping stone to become a user in the future. They will be the user in the future for sure. Okay. So after you start, getting responses, raising their awareness, then you present the Krashu 3 concentric model, okay, and presented 3 cases. Now, this is a model by Krashu, right, in 1985. In 1985, this model described English users. And Krashu categorized English users based on country. So based on geographic territories, right? And it starts with inner circle, okay? It starts with inner circle. Inner circles are countries that use English as their mother tongue, okay? As their mother tongue, as their first language. Kirkpatrick is the one who termed the word norm providing. So these countries provide the norm for others for language teaching. So it's provide the norm for others to learn. Okay. And then English in the outer circle is English is used as a second language, right? English is used as a second language, which means English function as an official status in colonized countries by English-speaking countries in the past. And English has official status in their countries now, like Singapore, India, Nigeria, right? So these are English as the second language. Kirkpatrick say norm developing. Describe this country as norm developing. Okay, they develop their own norms, right? They develop their own norms. Okay. And the last one, English as a foreign language. Okay, English is function outside of the classroom. English doesn't have official status, right? It has benefits only in the international arena. It's like Thailand, China, Russia, Brazil, and so on. Okay, Kirkpatrick described this country as norm dependent. Depend on the inner circle countries to learn in order to learn a language. Okay. Now, remind me, when we focus on outer circle, what paradigm is that? When we explore English as a second language, what paradigm is that? Remember, we talk about world Englishes, English as a lingua franca, EIL. What paradigm is that if we focus on English in the outer circle? Huh?
EIL maybe.
No.
Or EFL.
What is no? What is world Englishes? What is world Englishes? Come on, people.
Linguistic features.
Yes,
yeah, we focus on linguistic features, right?
Yes.
Which circle should we focus on when we examine linguistic features of Englishes?
Outer circle.
Yes, only outer circle. So world Englishes examine English in the outer circle, okay? We're not interested in English in the inner circle. Okay, we're not interested in that. We are interested in developing the norms, right? Norm developing countries like India, Nigeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, Malaysia, okay, Singapore, and so on. Okay. What about in the expanding circle? What paradigm that we explore that? What paradigm? ELF, right?
Yeah.
English as a lingua franca, okay, because we focus on communication between non-native speakers. Okay, so it's focused on English used in the expanding circle. Like Thai use English with Cambodian, Thai use English with Japanese people, and so on. Okay, ELF. Okay. Now, from this model, can you see that it focused on country? It used country as a criteria to categorize English users. Okay. Unfortunately, there are some English users that are very difficult to categorize. Okay, the first one, Yili Wang, can you help me read the profile of the first one?
Ming is originally from Burma. When he immigrated to the U.S., he did not speak a word of English. He has stayed in the U.S. for 10 years. He is now fluent in English.
Okay, Ming is originally from Myanmar. Okay, he immigrated to the U.S. He did not speak a word of English. Now, Myanmar is in the expanding circle country, right? Myanmar is in the expanding circle country, but now he lives in the inner circle country, right? The US is in the inner circle country. My question to you is, which circle does he belong to? He is an English user, right? Inner, outer, or expanding circle, and why?
Outer circle, because he developed his English. Yeah.
Outer, but USA is in the
inner circle.
But for me, it's still expanding circle.
Okay. Even though he lived in the US?
Support her idea. I think because why we mentioned he is in expanding circle, because he use English for communication.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But he live in US, right?
Yes, he live in the US now.
Yes.
Very fluent in English now.
So maybe he become in no circle because he stay in the US.
Professor, do we have to focus on the country that he stay, or we have to focus on the way he uses English? I think the latter
Good
one.
question. Yeah, good question. Should we categorize him based on the country that he live now, or should we categorize him based on the way that he use English? Very good question, right? Okay. I will not answer at the moment, okay? But look at the second profile, okay? Okay, Rosamond, can you help me read the second profile?
Certainly, sir. Jack is from England. He moved to Thailand to teach English. He has lived there for 12 years. He now speaks Thai and English.
Which circle does he belong to?
I think inner circle, because he's from England. So if Jack is in the circle, so Ming is in the expanding circle. Yeah.
I agree with Ms. Hatanan as well.
I share my mind.
Okay, now you think that the status of English should stick with the English users, like should be the second criteria, right? Should be the way that they use English, not the country, right? Okay. How about the last one? Patanan, can you help me read the last one?
Yes, Professor. Chiang.
Tiang.
Tiang. Yeah. Tiang was born in Australia in the family of immigrants. His parents speak Chinese as their first language, but Tiang cannot speak a word of Chinese.
Which circle does he belong to?
He was born in Asst. I think
inner circle. I think
inner circle. Yes,
Inner circle.
because he was born in Australia.
Okay. He looks Chinese for sure, right? He looks Chinese for sure because his parents are Chinese, right? Okay. Now, Ajahn Vansana, did you get your answer already, that when we categorize English users, should we categorize based on the country that they live in or based on the way that these individual users use English?
I think I have, Professor.
Okay, all right.
It's gonna be. Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
It might be it based on the purpose of using English. That's my answer. Like Ming will be categorizing as being circle because he use English for communication, for example.
All right. Okay. And Jack will be in the expat, still in the inner, and also the Xiang still in the inner circle. Okay. All right. Okay. You are almost there. The original model by Kashu of World Englishes categorize English user based on country, right? Based on countries. Imagine 1985. Okay, imagine. Okay, he's not wrong. Okay, I think this is a classic model. People critique this model for a very long time. Okay, but this is a classic that everyone refers to. Previously, it assumes that everyone in that country belong to that circle. Like USA, UK, everyone in that country belong to the circle. Now, with the age of globalization, immigration, right, cosmopolitan, and also diaspora, right, colonization, okay, people started to immigrate to different countries and started to settle down. Using countries as the criteria to categorize English users is no longer relevant. Rather, when we categorize English users, we should, what we should do is we should categorize them based on the purpose, okay? The purpose of their use of English, okay? But the purpose plus context too. The purpose plus context, okay? For example, Ming, right? Ming is in USA. USA now, okay? English has official status, right? In the United States. Outside of the classroom, you still have to survive by using English, right? By using English. So the status for Ming is ESL, because ESL means English as a second language, right? This means that in the USA, there are outer circle, ESL in there. Okay. Jack, definitely English is his mother tongue. Okay. English is his mother tongue, so he belongs to the inner circle. Okay. Siang, this is the most challenging part. For Siang, even though he was born, even though he doesn't know any like Chinese, right? But if his parents use other languages at home, okay, Siang will be considered ESL. So English as a second language. Okay. It doesn't matter whether you know second language or not. But if you were born in the family where other languages are used at home, you are considered ESL. Okay. All right. Now, the fact that English users become very diverse, okay, the model itself cannot capture the diversity, okay, of English users, right? Okay. What should be a new model of English users? Okay. Normally, I will ask you to draw, okay, draw models of English users, and then ask you to present. Okay, this is the next step of this activity. Ask you to draw, use your creativity, right? You can even start from like you can even start from the classroom and so on. Okay, but I have some, right, a new model of English users. I have some examples that my student did in class. For example, they did like this. So let's see whether something, you know, rather than having 3 concentric circles, this student have only like a Venn diagram, right? This is like a Venn diagram where English language is English, speak English, and non-official languages, you know, other than English. This one has like 3 circles, but, you know, covered with a big circle as culture, like L1, L2, and EFL. They use the word, you know, differently. I think this is very interesting. This one I like the most, in my opinion, because the boundaries, you know, the boundaries between each circle is blurred. This means that all are English users, right? All are English users, Ming, Siang, and Jack, and so on. Okay. This one is interesting too. Can you see that the size of the circle are the same, right? Native and also global English users. You see that? People started to be creative, native and global English users. And this one is still use the word like inner, outer, and expanding, but doesn't place into one over the other. It plays in a horizontal aspect, and outer, inner, and place Ming and Siang and Jack there. This one is interesting, not related. One group is native English speakers, another group is global English speakers. Interesting for me. Same size, okay? This one is even more interesting. You know, the inner circle is smaller size in size, but the outer and expanding circle are the same size. I think this is a very interesting. Something it is inner is something that is very important, right? But this student just want to place native speaker outside so that it doesn't receive much importance there. Very empowerment. This one talk about identity, ideology, and attitudes. Okay, no surprise. This is from a PhD student in a class. Okay, the point. Okay, the point is, it's not to get a correct model. The point is that English users become very diverse, become very complex, right? And if you look at the number, okay, the number of English users out of the world population, okay, 7.5 billion is the world population. 1.5 billion speak English or use English, which is only 20% of the world population use English. Okay. And based on these countries, the outer circle, okay, the outer circle is 350, okay, and then expanding is 750, and then the inner circle is 375, okay. Statistically speaking, with whom are you likely to use English with? Definitely non-native, right? If we combine expanding and outer circle together, as I say, This is the statistic estimated in 2003 that we have only 4% chances to use English with native speakers. This is the statistics in 2003. Okay. Now it is more. Okay. It is more than that. The number of student population in China, for example, learning English is more and more and more. And it's equal, the number of US population now. Okay. And even in Korea, Korea, have you ever heard the term English fever in Korea? English fever. It's not just the popularity of English, but English fever in Korea. Have you ever heard about that? English fever in Korea? No? Okay. English fever in Korea is about Korean people try every way to become very proficient in English. Okay. There are historical accounts that they did that. Okay. For example, in the past, Korean women, after they get married, they want their children to be very proficient in English. So they took their children, and run away from the United States, run away from to the United States, run away from South Korea to the United States just to get westernized education. Okay. We call it geese. They call it geese. Okay. They refer to these women as geese, moving for that. They want their children to be very good in English. So they have like dental surgery, they have a surgery so that, because they believe that if you speak English well, your mouth should form certain way. Okay. That's why they have surgery, in the mouth. They try so hard in every way to be very good at it. And you will see that, there are a lot of Korean superstar now. They can speak English very fluently. Okay. And Korean wanted to be like American. American is their, idol and so on. We call it, English fever in Korea. They try everything to do that. But Thailand, we don't have that fever, but we value English fevers. Okay. Like in Singapore now, you will see a lot of people in Singapore talking about like claiming that they're a native speaker of English. I think I told you about this already, right? Some people will be surprised. Like even in the Philippines now, many of them will say they are a native speaker of English. Okay, they're a native speaker of English, and so on. Okay, in the Philippines, what are your thoughts on English use in the Philippines? Do you think everyone speak English in the Philippines? What are your thoughts on that? What are your perception? I also have my own perception until I went to the Philippines myself, and that changes me. What are your thoughts on the English use in the Philippines? Do you think everyone can speak English there?
I think almost.
Okay, what else? Any thoughts on that?
Okay, let me share, Professor. Okay, my perception of the Philippines, I think not everyone can speak English, but for those who can speak English, they tend to be fluent. Okay, fluency here means that they speak fast, okay, or faster than Thai people or other people in ASEAN. Okay, they can speak fast, but the correctness of grammar and also the correctness of pronunciation is not still okay. It's not still average, okay, for me. Okay, but what I would say when we think about the Philippines, I think they speak fast. They have confidence in speaking English. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Before I traveled to the Philippines, I thought everyone could use English fluently. And to be honest with you, I think I have that perception because I never been to the Philippines, right? But I know the concepts of unequal Englishes. Have you ever heard about this term, unequal Englishes? It's a different lines from, we have world Englishes, right? We have world Englishes. And then in the Philippines itself, they have unequal Englishes, which means that if you use English, if you can use English like a native speaker, like if you can use English like a native speaker, you tend to are more values than others. Okay. When I was in the Philippines, like almost everyone can speak English, but the level of proficiencies are varies depending on class and depending on the education that you have. Okay, like if you are more educated, if you go to the university, if you enroll in the university level, you are more educated, you are more use more English and educated. But if you are like taxi driver, other people, still they can use English but not really fluent as I expected. I also experienced difficulty when communicating with outside of Manila as well. Okay, like Ajahn Yuthachak mentioned, it's more like fluency part of that. Okay, I might be wrong though. Okay, with this, I might be wrong of that, but my perception changed. Unlike when I went to the Singapore, I think everyone is more fluent and it's more natural to me, in Singapore. Okay. The second one is called accent exploration. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we should take a break. How about we take a break? Yeah, yes. And then we can come back later on and talk about more things. Okay. How much time should we do for the break in the afternoon?
Actually it's 15 minutes.
Or
right?
10 minutes?
Or 10 minutes. Yeah, it is depend on professor. Yes.
10 minutes. Okay, come back at 2:50. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So let's take
Right.
a break.
Okay, so let's continue for our second activity. Okay. The second activity is called accent exploration. This activity is used in Nicolas Galloway and Heathrow's research, right? Basically, you can assign the student to visit the International Dialect of English Archive or the website, okay? This website is free. You can, we are going to visit in a few moments. You can ask the student to select 6 accents and study them, right? For example, you can ask them to study 2 from the inner circle, 2 from the outer circle, and 2 from the expanding circle. And you can ask them to keep writing journals by answer the following questions, such as, what are the 6 accents you selected and why did you select them? And what does each accent sound like to you? Okay. You don't need to ask them to transcribe like in IPA symbols, okay? But just what does it sound like to them? What are some of the features that you notice in each accent, right? And what were your prior perceptions about the accent you selected? And after completing this activity, were your perception change and how? So basically, you can ask them to do that. And this is the International Dialect of English Archive. I'm not sure whether you have seen this one or not. This one. The International Dialect of English Archive. This is a free website. Okay. You can select, the accent by continent first, like in Africa, Asia, Australia and Oceania, Caribbean, Central America, Europe, Middle East, North America, and South America. Okay. So let me Tatiya, right? Which hang on. Which continent would you like to pick?
Caribbean.
Caribbean, okay. So in Caribbean, right, you will have multiple countries like Anguilla, Barbados, Cuba, Dominican Republic. Okay, pick one country that you want to listen to. Tatiya.
Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, okay. Now in Puerto Rico, you will have like multiple people, right? We have male, age 90, right? Puerto Rican, right? These are female, these are the age. Pick the number, please. Which one would you like to, like from 1 to 11? Can you see that they include a variety of age and variety of genders too?
Number 6 ค่ะ. Number 6.
Number 6. This is male 62, right? He's Puerto Rican, right? Okay. And also he used to live in Bronx, New York City too. So if you click that, everyone, okay, they will read the same passage, right? These authors, these record will read the same passage. So we'll look at that.
This recording, Puerto Rico 6, is copyright the International Dialects of English Archive. Comma Gets a Cure is copyright Douglas N. Honoraff, Jill McCullough, and Barbara Somerville.
This is a story for you. Sarah Perry was a veterinary nurse who had been working daily in an old zoo in a certain district of the territory. So she was very happy to start a new job at a superb private practice in North Square near the Big Street Tower. That Fred, he ate a bowl of
okay, something like this. Very difficult, right? So how about let's look at Asia, for example. And I'm going to select China, for example. Okay, Yili Wang, you need to help me. Which part of China is like you want to listen to? Can you help me with that?
Liaoning. Liaoning. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Which part of China is this? Which part of China is this?
No, northeast of China.
Okay, northeast of China. Liaoning, we have 3 people, female, all female, but very young generation. Which one would you like to read?
Number 1.
Number 1, female 19. Okay.
This recording, Liaoning 1, is copyright the International Dialects of English Archive. Comma Gets a Cure is copyright Douglas N. Honoraff, Jill McCullough, and Barbara Somerville.
Well, here is a story for you. Sarah Perry was a veterinary nurse who had been working daily at an old zoo in a deserted district of the territory. So she was very happy to start a new job at a superb private practice in North Square near the Dark Street Tower. That area was much nearer for her and more to her liking. Even so, on her first morning, she felt stressed. She ate a bowl of porridge, checked herself in the mirror, and washed her face in a hurry. Then she put on a plain yellow dress and
okay, quite clear, nah? Quite clear, but I can guess that she's from China for sure, but I wouldn't be able to identify where she's from. Okay, what about Thailand? Okay, let's do Thailand. Okay. Chanwanchana, can you help me pick one? Thailand. We have 7 people. Thai, Nakhon, any Buriram? No Buriram. We have Chiang Mai, Bangkok, and Nakhon Ratchasima.
May I choose Chiang Mai, please, Professor?
Chiang Mai, okay. Age is not identified, okay, but from Chiang Mai, Thailand 4. Okay. So let's hear, okay, for Yili Wang and Sumon Wang, right? Whether you can guess that this is Thai or Thai speakers or not.
This recording, Thailand 4, is copyright the International Dialects of English Archive. Comma Gets a Cure is copyright Douglas N. Honoroff, Jill McCullough, and Barbara Somerville.
Well, here's a story for you. Sarah Puri was a veterinary nurse who had been working daily at an old zoo in a deserted district of the territory. So she was very happy to start a new job at a superb private practice in North Square near the Duke Street Tower. That area was much nearer for her and more to her liking. Even so, on her first morning, she felt stressed. She ate a bowl of porridge, checked herself in the mirror and watched her face in a hurry. Then she put on a plain yellow dress and a fleece jacket, picked up her kit.
Quite clear. Not a typical Thai, yeah. Right? Not a typical Thai kind of researchers. Okay. All right, so this is one activity that you can ask your student to do, and it's more like exposure, right? Activity, exposure, the International Dialect of English Archive. Okay, I'm going to send the link to you in case you are interested in. Okay. What about if you want to create your own listening materials? Let's say if you want to create listening materials by yourself, can you do that? Yeah. If you can search. Yes, go ahead. If you can search like from text to speech, okay, from text to speech. I really like this idea that from text to speech, you can change the text into speech, right? The website normally use AI, right, to read what it is. Okay. There are many options. There are many options that you can do. Okay. You can even select multiple materials, like multiple materials, sorry, multiple, hang on. Okay, this is one way, like from text to speech, and you can you can type the speech there, right? And you can select the British English or American English, right? And select the voice like Daisy, George, Shena, and John here. And you can either select the speed, right? Slow, medium, fast, and very fast. And after you type like, my name is Denchai, for example. Okay. Nice to meet you. For example, and then you can turn, what's that? What happened with this? There are other website too, okay? Sometimes you can select like Chinese English speakers. Okay, it's AI, so it has the like Chinese English accent too, Indian English accent too. If you can produce these materials, okay? You can select multiple kind of multiple texts there, okay? There are many things there. Okay, free to text to speech, multiple websites that you can use. Okay, after you use it, you can actually download it and for free. Okay, it is a very good, what do you call it? Like, it is very good listening materials produced in there. I really enjoy it, you know, a lot. Okay, so keep in mind about this, from text to speech. Okay, that's the second activity. Okay, and the third activity is called My English that I use with my student in my class. The goal of this activity is to empower students to take ownership of English. What you can do is that you need to present this to your student. Like, student will ask to complete these narrative frames. Okay, these narrative frames. For example, my English is, you can put adjective there. You know, you can put sentences there. It's fine for you, because, okay. And you need to ask the student to complete like these two statements. And then people think my English is because people think my English is. Okay. And I want my English to be like, okay. How about everyone, can you complete? Now we will do it together now. Okay. You fill in the blank. I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to fill in the blank. Okay, so you need to complete all statements, like my English is, two things about your English, two things like people think of, and then two things about your future. Okay, you want your English to be like. Are you done?
I wrote in a chat box, Professor.
Okay. No. We will do the activity as a group. Hang on.
Okay, sir.
Because after the student complete all the narrative frames, right? We will ask one by one to present in the class. Okay. Are you done now? So basically to do this activity is that also you need to make sure that a student complete all the statements. And now one student, well, you ask student to sit in circle, for example. You ask the student to sit in circle, and then one student will start reading one sentence at a time. Okay, one sentence at a time. After reading one sentence, you have to wait before you read another sentence. Okay, if you hear any negativity, you need to empower them. Okay, empower your friends. For example, if your friends say, my English is bad because I have bad accent. You know, some of us should say, no, your English is not bad. Your English is fine. I understand you perfectly. You see, empowerment. We need to empower. Okay, Patanan, you can start first. But wait, read one statement at a time and wait. Okay, if we hear negativity, one of you should, you know, respond to that. Okay, go ahead, one statement at a time.
My English is okay because I know how to select the word choice in my writing.
Your English is more than okay. Your English is perfectly fine. Next. You read
my English, right? Or the people think my English.
People think.
Okay, sorry. So people think my English is acceptable because they understand what I am saying.
See, if she has like neutral, you know, and also you need to empower. Okay, your English is more than acceptable. Okay, I understand perfectly. You're perfectly fine. Okay, the last one. I want
my English to be like native speakers.
You can be proud of your own English. You see, you see, empowerment. You know, empowerment. Just example. Okay. Now, Yi Li Wang. Okay, you will read, and Wanjana, can you empower? If you hear anything like neutral, okay, or anything like negative, you empower. But if anything positive, empower more. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
I think my English is not good because sometimes I how to say, I cannot communicate with others effectively.
Well, don't worry, your English is very good. We understand what you want to communicate to us. You do.
Okay, good. Okay, people think.
Yeah, people think my English is good because I'm an English teacher and maybe I teach my students on weekdays.
Yes, that's right. You are a good teacher. You are your strong point will encourage your student to be a good good at sorry, good in English because you are a good teacher.
And I want my English to be like a native speaker.
You are more close to native speaker. Don't worry. Keep practicing.
Thank you.
Awesome. You see, empowerment, right? Imagine that you have like multiple groups, smaller group in your classroom. This activity will give a lot of laughter, will give a lot of positive thoughts on the student. When I try out with my PhD student, I didn't expect that the student they will really enjoy this. And I try out with secondary school student too. Okay, undergraduate student as well. So they enjoy all doing this kind of activity. Okay, Tatiya, now you will read, and then Mon Ang, right? You will empower.
Okay, the first one, my English is good because I think I have a strong pronunciation.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course.
Are you
So,
sure?
everyone,
Okay. The second
everyone
one.
can understand you are saying.
Okay. The second one, people think my English is weird because I can't speak it smoothly.
Yes, you can speak more fluently.
Thank you. I want my English to be like native speaker.
Yes. Your dreams come true later in a few years.
Okay,
So
all right.
thank you, Kha.
See, I cannot keep smiling, okay, about the empowerment that you are doing now. I really anyone want to share your writing? Anyone want to share your writing more?
Can I share one sentence, Professor?
Okay, one
That's
sentence.
the first one.
Sure.
My English.
You empower then.
Okay, just one sentence, Professor. My English is Tinglish because I was born Thai, but I like to use English for communication.
Okay, it's acceptable, Ajahn, for your English because you were born Thai, but English is acceptable in Thailand, and I think Thai people prefer to hear English. But anyway, you can develop to be non-Thai English to speak to people from other countries. And it's good that you have two accents, Thai English or English for Thai people, and British or American English for those people in the circle. Yes, and you can switch two ways. Yes, but I prefer your English. I prefer your English.
Okay, we can become politician one day. Now we are very good with words. Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. I just want you to give a sense of what it is, okay, about like my English. I think the empowering part is the most fun for students. They enjoy like empowering others people. Okay, so that is the activity for activity 3. Okay. Now, activity 4. Okay, this is I call it one English word a day, native speakerism away. Okay, this one is I get an inspiration from one apple a day, like keep doctor away, right? But you know, I just say one English word a day, native speakerism away. So in this activity, what you should do is that you should ask the student you can assign student to find one word from online sources. Okay, it can be from Google or it can be from YouTube. Okay, and after that, you ask them to present to the word to the whole class. Okay, when I say English's word, it should come from, you know, English in the outer circle or in the expanding circle countries only. We're not talking about English in the inner circle country. Okay, so the presentation should take only 2 minutes, no more than 2 minutes or no more than 1 minute. In the presentation, you should ask the student to tell the class like where they get this word from and the meaning of it, and maybe examples of when people use it. And after presenting, right, everyone take notes in the journals. Maybe you can ask them to put it online, keep online. And at the end, when everyone shares, right, when everyone shares, you can ask a student to write reflections, like what did you learn after this activity? Like before the class starts, let's say there are 15 weeks, right? And your student are 30. You can ask them to do like 1 minute presentation. So 3 people, so 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes per class time. And then everyone take notes on that, okay? It is very fun though. It is very fun. For example, my student brought the word, discuss the differences between Singaporean English and Singlish. Are you aware that Singaporean English and Singlish are different? Singaporean English and Singlish, they are different. No? Okay. So Singaporean English is proper English, but with only Singaporean accent. Okay, for example, you say, can you tell me the time? What time is this? This is proper, right? Proper grammar, right? But just only a Singaporean accent. Okay, we call Singaporean English. But Singlish, the grammar is shortened. The grammar is influenced by Chinese, like maybe now what time, something like that, with a Singaporean accent. So they cut, you know, multiple words there. Okay, even China English, Chinese English, and Singlish are different. Okay, so let me share with you the video that one of my students learning Singlish. Okay, learning Singlish. Okay, here. What I want you to do is I want you to watch the video and then we can discuss later on Singlish and not Singaporean English, okay?
Chasing that A and want to save time? Grammarly makes editing one click. We can help make rewrites and nuanced word choices quick and easy. Like, only show you ever need to watch. This episode is a guide to Singlish. I am Singaporean. I am born and bred here. I've been living here for 30 plus years. So Singlish is kind of like a slang. We kind of have our own accent, which is really strong. We use certain words that other.
Hang on, I think my internet is not really good. Can one of you present this, like show this in the slides. Okay. Patanan, can you, okay. You click and then you share the screen, okay? And you don't need to mute. Yeah, so.
Then I will share the screen.
When you think to hide work, it matters. Because when you write with just the right input.
Yeah, can you make it like louder? Cannot hear you. Can you hear? Can everyone hear?
Can everyone hear?
No, I can't. I can hear.
Okay, we cannot hear.
So English is kind of like a slang. We kind of have our own accent. We use certain words.
Oh.
Maybe others can help. Can you help? Maybe you can stop sharing.
Okay, I will stop. Oh.
Okay. Okay, Yili Wang, can you help me like turn? We'll see whether it works or not.
Yeah, Professor, I'll have a try.
Okay.
Singaporean. I am born and bred here, have been living here for 30 plus years. So Singlish is kind of like a slang. We kind of have our own accent, which is really strong. We use certain words that other people may not understand. A lot of these funny words that we use are borrowed from the languages that are spoken in Singapore, like Malay, Tamil, Chinese, and all the other like Mandarin dialects. So if you're a foreigner watching this, today you'll be learning the basics of Singlish. So one of the key features of Singlish is that sentences or words are often shortened. I guess Singaporeans do this because it's just a more efficient way of getting your message across, or maybe we're just lazy. So for example, never mind becomes never mind. I don't want it becomes the one. Excuse me becomes excuse, like that becomes like that. Another key feature about Singlish is that the sentence structure is often just directly translated from Mandarin. So if, for example, you wanted to know the time, instead of saying, what is the time now? In proper Queen's English, you say, now what time? Because that's translated from Mandarin, 现在几点? Another feature of Singlish is that we love to repeat words. In fact, for example, you ask a Singaporean, may I take this? The Singaporean will reply, take, just take. Another key feature of Singlish is that we tend to be very lazy and we tend not to complete the word. So the end of the word is probably just dropped. If you want to say act with a T, right? Singaporeans will just say act. If you want to say find, you would most likely say find. It's really difficult for me to say find. It sounds really pretentious, like I'm really up my own ass. Next, the top 5 essential Singlish words that you have to learn. The first one is quintessential to all Singaporeans, which is L-A-H, la. What la means? Nothing. It means nothing. It's a little bit like saying, this is the best shit, yo. You know, yo, what does it mean? Yo doesn't mean anything. It's just to make a sentence sound a little bit more casual. So instead of saying, I can, which is like a very serious answer to somebody and it's not casual and friendly, you say, can nah. The next word is ayo. And Singaporeans love to use this word as a kind of exclamation for something that usually isn't very positive. For example, ayo, why so expensive? It's like, what? Why so expensive? For example, if you spilled something, you can say, ayo, spill. So the next word is one of my favorite words to use all the time, and it is xiao. It simply means crazy, and usually it comes with this hand action to the temple. She's over there eating her underpants. Xiao ah. Next word is sian. Most of the time it can mean like bored or that you're feeling restless or defeated. If you say, how was your exam results? The person will reply, "Aiya, all C lah, sian." Singaporeans also love to say "walao eh," which is an exclamation that doesn't really mean anything also. It's a bit of disbelief or shock. Usually at something that's not good, you would say, "walao eh, fuck, I way out of the line." So I'm walking outside and then I'll just be like, "walao eh, why so hot today?" If you're learning a foreign language, obviously you have to learn the curse words. Most of these
Okay now. All right, thank you very much. Okay, now when she like described, right, in Singaporean accent, she used proper what you call it, proper English, right? But only Singaporean accent. We call Singaporean English. But Singlish is like shortened words that are different from Singaporean English. Okay. All right, so that one way that my students share with me on one English word a day, native speakerism away. Okay, that is one part. Okay, I guess the last activity, okay, the last activity that for today is the English in my street. I think this one is very popular. Okay. Basically, you can ask students to collect samples of English from their street. It can be street signs. It can be other written forms, or it can be electronics, okay, in their street, okay? And after they collect it, they can make a poster and present it to the whole class. And you can adopt the conference poster presentation format. Like if you imagine this is your classroom, right? This is your classrooms, and you, after they present they make poster, you can ask them to stick poster along the wall. You know, you will have your classroom, you know, filled with posters. And after that, you can ask students to visit, okay, the poster, and someone will just be there and present the poster to a smaller group of people, and so on. So, and it will be a very good example of what are English, you know, found in the street, okay? One thing that you should be careful, okay? Normally, when we collect samples of English in Thailand context, for example, you will encounter a lot of mistakes, right? Maybe something's funny, something that is not so good, right? Keep in mind that when we look at those errors or mistakes, I think we can look at from a creativity perspective. Okay, Levi, he is a very influential author in terms of translanguaging and also bilingualism and multicultural education. He argued that when non-native speakers of English produce these errors, we can treat them as, you know, linguistic innovation rather than mistake. Okay. He gave example of Chinese English in his context, and if you're interested more about this, you can read from there. It's open access, I think. So rather than seeing those mistakes, English in street side as mistake, but we could see them as creativity or linguistic innovation. Okay. One of my friends, Christoph Safki, also supervised his master degree student from Nepal, Jitmi Wangti, right? He used the activity called linguistic landscape, the same as English in my street, right? He used the activity called linguistic landscape to raise awareness, critical awareness about discourses of language. Okay, so what he found is that doing linguistic landscape activity promotes student critical thinking and also learner agency. If you're interested in this one, linguistic landscape is also another area that if you are interested in this area, you can do that, you know, as well. Okay, those are what I mentioned are free, okay, to access to. And this is actually an award-winning research from TAL, okay? Thailand Association for Applied Linguistics. I think last year award-winning research for master degree thesis, because it's published in Language Awareness Journal, which is very difficult to get into. Okay, so these are the 5 practical activities for you to really looking at. Okay, you can design more activities as long as you are guided by the concepts of global Englishes. Okay, as long as you are guided by the concepts of global Englishes. All right. Okay, so let's review. Today we talk about different terms, right? Different terms. We talk about different terms like world Englishes, English as a lingua franca, English as an international language, and global Englishes. We also talk about practical applications for ELT research. Now let's review. Any volunteer to describe the differences between these 5 words, please? Okay.
Come back. Okay, Professor, let me try to just summarize for those concepts since the morning session. For the word Englishes, it's like focus on linguistic feature. For example, like pronunciation for like standard English. And for English as a lingua franca is for non-natives use to communicate. Yes, and for English as an international language, or EIL, just for teaching in the classroom. And the last one is the global Englishes, is like the use of English to prepare learner to use the English, yes, outside the classroom. Yes,
Okay.
that's what I understand.
Yes, okay. Anyone want to change or add anything on that?
Let's try. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay, come on.
Please let me share, Professor.
Okay.
What Englishes mean the different kinds of Englishes, and in that situation, the speaker may be the first language, maybe English or not. For English as a lingua franca, the people who speak English is not his or her first language, non-native speaker, maybe. And English as an international language mean we use English as a standardized English from American and British. And global English is the umbrella term. Under this, all the concepts are included. That's
Okay.
all.
Right. You. Anyone else want to add or change? So world Englishes identify linguistic features of English in the outer circle, right? Focuses on linguistic features. English as lingua franca examines communication, right? Communication between non-native speakers who use English as a lingua franca. It focuses on English use in the expanding circle. English as an international language focus on international use or the context, right? International use or the context. And global Englishes is an umbrella term describing ELT paradigm, right? It is an umbrella term that describes ELT paradigm. that prepare learners to use English with linguistically and culturally diverse English users. Okay, that's global Englishes. Okay, you're almost there. Okay, almost 100%. Okay, the reason that I want you to remember this concept is that they are from different traditions and paradigms. Even though they are different, again, they share one thing. They challenge the notion of English and how it should be taught in the classrooms. Okay. And we look at the practical application for research, right? We look at research areas, which are language attitudes and ideology, right? That's one line of research. We look at textbook or policy analysis. That's another line. Intelligibility and comprehensibility, and also teacher education, and also classroom implementation. All of these line of research are important in the field of world Englishes and global Englishes. And for classroom implementation, we summarize that there are 3 approaches, right? 3 approaches to implement global Englishes. Number 1 is content-based. Number 2 is exposure. And number 3 is integration. Now, volunteer to describe the differences between these approaches. Come on.
What I remember is integration approach is like we teach in English and integrate with the world English in the activities. Yes. And for the exposure approach, we just assign the student to complete the assignment. No teaching. Yes. And content is we only teach the content about the global English. Oh no, I mean the world Englishes. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, I like to support Miss Pasanan as well for the content-based. Is like a development of the new courses to teach.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes. Okay. Hopefully, what I'm here today with you for almost, 6 hours, we'll get, teaching 6 hours is not easy, There are multiple things that I haven't talked about, there are more than this, okay? But I'm here just to create or to spark an interest for you, okay? To spark an interest for you to engage in exploring.
我现在发现的问题是什么呢 ？Sorry.
Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
You're talking to your kid, I guess. Don't forget to turn off your microphone. Otherwise, you interrupt Denchai, all right? So sorry.
I just answered my student's question. Sorry.
Okay, so what I'm here today is just to spark you to ignite your inspiration, right? To engage or join the researchers, the research community of global Englishes, world Englishes, or English as a lingua franca, or English as an international language. Okay. Again, I would like to emphasize that you may not do research about this now, but in the future, who knows that you might join the community. Okay. Having this knowledge and understand the field as a whole, hopefully you are like ready, like to join me. And if you have other questions, or if you have if you want to know more about global Englishes or world Englishes, I'm happy to share with you. Okay. As you probably know, my passion is to prepare teachers to implement world Englishes instruction or global Englishes language teaching in the classrooms. And I have been doing the research on that. Okay. Hopefully you will join me. Okay. And I will be very welcome. Okay. If you join me in the research community. okay, in the future. Okay. So thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Akarapon Neamai-Hong for the invitation today, and thank you the students who are all very nice. Maybe we can meet each other in person. Okay, if you meet with me in person somewhere, okay, in person somewhere, please come and talk to me, because sometimes when we meet online, it is very challenging, right, to really match. Even though we turn on the camera, but seeing outside may be a little bit different. Okay, please come and say hi, stop by and say hi. Okay, and thank you again, Ajahn Ek, for the invitation. I'm really happy and honored to be here. All right, thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do we have the Q&A section or we just
yes, please, from our senior batch, from Ajahn Yuthachak. Yes, his question is, what is the largest area of research on WE or GE or ELT in the Thai context that needs to be investigated most? Yes, this
So
is his question, sir.
Yeah, right now, I think the biggest gap of research, I would say, is classroom implementation, which is we need to translate, okay, global Englishes, world Englishes into the classrooms. That is the practical side. Yeah, that is the practical side of global Englishes. So I would say that is the one that needs further investigation. Okay. Another one would be teacher training. Like I'm the only one now, I think I'm the only one now who use global Englishes to train teachers. And people know me about the teacher professional development guide on that. So this is another area. Okay.
Okay, Professor, thank you so much.
Any more questions?
Yes, please let me ask a few questions, Professor. My research interest is literature teaching. In classroom implementation, can we implement war Englishes through literature?
Definitely. If you do literature teaching, do you mean that literature circle approach, or literature? The literature is like Shakespeare. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate more?
Literature like Shakespeare, prose, short story, novel, drama, like this. Like short story, drama. When we teach in the class, we can teach what English is true from short story or drama like this.
I would say definitely if you examine like old English in the literature, like Shakespeare, Macbeth, for example, there are borrowed, okay, from other countries. And now one important message in the literature is that English is not pure English. English has been Englishes for a very long time. Since the beginning, it starts from German tribes, right? And later on form into Normans, and then Shakespeare add to that, and then the literature of science, language of science. Though even examining into the roots of the words in the literature, you will see that English has been Englishes for a very long time. Yes, you can definitely have explicit discussion about the root of the words and also the vocabulary in there. Okay, I would say yes.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
For example, Mary, for example, are you aware that crocodile and alligator are the same thing? Okay, so if you look at the definition of it, now we think that crocodile and alligator are different, right? Like we know they're different, but if we look at the history, if you examine Shakespeare literature, you will see that Shakespeare created the word alligator to mean crocodile because he cannot come up with a word in his sonnet that rhyme with the word crocodile. So he created the word alligator to mean crocodile. So it was the same. If looking historical development of the word choices, and there are like 2,000 new words that Shakespeare created, like puppy dog, for example. And now we have the word puppy and dog to mean two words, but he created the word puppy dog. Anchovy, for example, anchovy is created by Shakespeare. We don't have that, and anchovy is borrowed from somewhere else. You see, there are many originality in the teaching literature as well. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, I think as no more questions. Well, I really enjoyed the whole sections, and I believe that everyone feel the same way, right? So we learn more and gain more knowledge about the practical application for ELT research, right? So I think we have like the idea and the concept to conduct the research. Okay, now we come to the end of the webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a special time. May I invite Associate Professor Dr. Akhalapol Nyamai-Hom, Faculty Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat Universities, to deliver a thankful message to the guest speaker and close the webinar, please.
I'm quite sure that everybody is just waiting for the word now. We are going to finish our webinar. So Ajahn Tak in particular, Ajahn Tak is waiting for this time. Anyway, thank you very so much, everyone, for your energetic participation in this webinar. Quite sure that, and you do agree with me about this webinar, even if it is online, but it is very active. It is very lively. Okay, if you agree with me, can you thumbs up? Yes. And Dr. Supakon, I think you know Dr. Supakon, Associate Professor Dr. Supakon from Thammasat University. All right, he is the editor-in-chief of Learn Journal as well. Before having Ajahn Dr. Denchai, I consult Ajahn Supakon. Ajahn Supakon, could you please recommend a lecturer in Thailand who is a master of world Englishes? And instantly he replied me, this man, this professor from Burapha University, he's a rising star. He's a rising star in the world Englishes. So today, I think everybody agree with me. Yes, you do agree with Ajahn Supakon, very active indeed, his webinar. And we are planning to visit you in person in Burapha University, Ajahn Dr. Denchai, because I think your program is one of the pioneer who take part in AUAQA, that is ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance. That's very interesting. We would like to follow suit. Let's see. So maybe we are going to visit him in person about work Englishes and also have his advice about AUAQA. We would like to have our program assured by this system as well. All right. Would you like to visit Ajahn Denchai in person? So Suman Ong, you can fly from Myanmar tomorrow, and then we can join the trip. All right. And yeah, Suman Ong is in Myanmar. Ajahn Denchai, so sorry we cannot have our class on site at this time because some of our students they still not be able to enter Thailand because of their personal conditions. For example, like at Suman Ong. All right. Ajahn Pathanan from Ubon, very far away, she always excuse, Ajahn, I'm busy, I don't want to, I cannot, blah, 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 blah. So at last, we still having only online classes, but we highly hope that in the near future, our students from different part of Thailand, also from other countries who will come and study with us on site at the BU campus, and then we will join trip and visit Ajahn Denchai in person in the near future. So today, thanks again, my PhD student, for your active engagement in this webinar. And by the end of our webinar, I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a big round of applause to our invited speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Denchai ครับ ขอบคุณนะครับ So at this auspicious moment, please allow me to declare the webinar officially closed. Thank you. Stay healthy and keep in touch. ขอบคุณครับ All the best. สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you very much, Professor.